The following program does not have a normal intro because I was really too busy smoothing other things over to get it done. So, sorry.
Tonight, we'll question 5 candidates seeking that nomination on how they're best prepared to be commander-in-chief. And, of course, how best to bring down prices impacting Americans across the country. We have 2 hours for a serious debate on the issues that matter most to Republican voters. Candidates will have 1 minute and 30 seconds for answers and the opportunity for a closing statement. Follow-ups will be at the discretion of all of us at the table, the moderators. Invoking a candidate's name or policy does not necessarily mean the mentioned candidate is entitled to a response. We want to caution all the candidates not to interrupt or speak over your fellow debaters. If you talk over each other, the voters can't hear you. And given the critical issues we're facing specifically on the world stage, we want everyone to hear every word you have to say. Continued interruptions may result in loss of additional questions. And to our audience, please hold your applause so that the candidates can be heard. With that said, let's have a good debate. All right, our first question, the opening question, is one for all of you. Donald Trump is the first ex-president in more than 100 years to run for the White House again, and he remains popular among Republican primary voters as his legal challenges mount. Governor DeSantis, let me begin with you on this one. Speak to Republican voters who are supporting Donald Trump. Why should you and not him be the Republican nominee to face Joe Biden a year from now?
This country is in trouble, and the elites that have put us here, they don't care about you. They don't care that you're having to grapple with higher grocery prices or have higher gas prices. They don't care that your family's less secure because of the open border that's allowed drugs and even terrorists to come into this country. Well, I care. I am not going to sit idly by and let this country continue its downward spiral. We need leadership, and we need it now. I'll take the hits, I'll take the arrows, I'll take the slings, because ultimately it's not about me. It's about you. I will fight for you. I will make sure to lead this country's revival, and I will win for you and your family. Actions speak louder than words. We don't have time for excuses, and it's not something that we're going to be able to have all these distractions. As a veteran, I will get the job done. Now, if you look where we are now, it's a lot different than where we were in 2016. And Donald Trump's a lot different guy than he was in 2016. He owes it to you to be on this stage and explain why he should get another chance. He should explain why he didn't have Mexico pay for the border wall. He should explain why he racked up so much debt. He should explain why he didn't drain the swamp. And he said Republicans were going to get tired of winning. Well, we saw last night, I'm sick of Republicans losing. In Florida, I showed how it's done. 1 year ago here, we won a historic victory, including a massive landslide right here in Miami-Dade County. That's how we have to do it. So I promise you this, as the nominee next November, I'll get the job done. And as president, I will deliver.
Your time is up. Let me turn to Ambassador Haley. Audience, let me turn to Ambassador Haley. Why you and not the former president?
Well, I think you look at the fact we're almost $34 trillion in debt. 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. 50% of American families can't afford diapers. 1 in 6 American families can't pay their utility bills. You have...
What the? Oh, that's not... All right. This is working now. My mic is working now, and that thing is just... That's not me. That was really weird. I didn't do that. That's still... Are you kidding me?
fact that he used to be right on Ukraine and foreign issues. Now he's getting weak in the knees and trying to be friendly again. I think that we've got to go back to the fact that we can't live in the past. We can't live in other headlines. We've got to start focusing on what's going to make America strong and proud. And that's what I'm focused on doing. Let's make sure we pay down our debt. I think we need an accountant in the White House. Let's make sure that we have transparency in the classroom. As a mom, I know what that means. Let's make sure we secure our borders so that our families are safe. Let's get crime down because our families want to know that they can be safe no matter where they go. And as the wife of a combat veteran, I will tell you, the military needs to know we have our back, and we need to make sure that America is strong.
Ambassador, thank you very much. And, let me just
I appreciate that. Thank you.
The audience, let's not go down this road. We've asked you to please, keep restraining yourselves, and would be helpful so we can hear the candidates, because these are important issues and the voters want and need to hear them. Mr. Ramaswamy, let me turn to you.
No, they're going to win.
Make your case. Why should you be the nominee and not the former president?
I think there's something deeper going on in the Republican Party here, and I am upset about what happened last night. We've become a party of losers at the end of the day. It was a cancer in the Republican establishment. Let's speak the truth. I mean, since Ronna McDaniel took over as chairwoman of the RNC in 2017, we have lost 2018, 2020, 2022, no red wave that never came. We got trounced last night in 2023. And I think that we have to have accountability in our party. For that matter, Ron, if you want to come on stage tonight, you want to look the GOP voters in the eye and tell them you resign, I will yield my time to you. And frankly, look, the people there cheering for losing in the Republican Party. Think about who's moderating this debate. This should be Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, and Elon Musk.
Dang.
We'd have 10 times the viewership, asking questions that GOP primary voters actually care about, and bringing more people into our party. You think the Democrats, and we've got Kristen Welker here, do you think the Democrats would actually hire Greg Gutfeld to host a Democratic debate? They wouldn't do it. And so the fact of the matter is, Kristen, I'm going to use this time because this is actually about you in the media and the corrupt media establishment. Ask you, the Trump-Russia collusion hoax that you pushed
this guy
on this
is the
network
future.
for years, was that real or was that Hillary Clinton made up disinformation? Answer the question. Go. Mr. Rogers, this is how we get our country back. We need accountability because this media rigged the 2016 election. They rigged the 2020 election with the Hunter Biden laptop story. And they're going to rig this election.
Your time is up.
Accountability.
Let me turn to Governor Christie. Why you?
Wow!
Audience, let's not do this. Let's not do this. Let's let the candidates speak. Governor Christie, why you
just got humiliated.
President Trump?
Well, Lester, look,
love NBC.
You said it at the beginning of the debate. We are dealing with extraordinarily important issues facing this country right now.
He's quoting them.
We have our greatest ally in the Middle East under fire from a terrorist group that has committed to wiping them and every Jewish person in this world off the map. We have Ukraine with Vladimir Putin, a communist KGB dictator who wants to put the old band back together. He's starting in Ukraine, and he's going to move to the Baltics and Poland after that.
Never possible.
We have inflation in this country that is choking every American family that wants to try to rise up and give their children a better life. And tonight, we need to decide which president is going to be the one to tackle the big issues.
People say
who's going to make this country look once again, not just inward, but look outward at the world. And say America is the country, the indispensable nation that makes this a safer world.
They don't believe.
In a safer world,
they don't believe. He doesn't believe
innovation,
this crap
American hard
He doesn't
work
believe
has
that
always been the thing
Putin's going to
that has driven our
next.
country to greater things. I'm going to be the president.
I'm
who will
saying
do those
out,
big things. We're not going to be small, and I'll say this about Donald Trump.
Everyone knows
Anybody who's going to be spending the next year and a half of their life focusing on keeping themselves out of jail and courtrooms cannot lead this party or this country, and it needs to be said plainly.
Governor, thank you. Let me turn to Senator Scott. Senator Scott, you said former President Trump can't win. Make your case to Republican voters.
Well, certainly. What I would say without any question is that the truth of my life destroys the lies of the radical left. We need a president and a candidate who will actually help our base solidify and attract independent voters into our party. The Great Opportunity Party is now winning back African-American voters and Hispanic voters because we are working on a foundation based on faith. Our nation
You're not going to be called a
facing
sellout.
some
You're
deep
not going to be
challenges.
called by the
It is
left
the
and
loss
Uncle
of
Tom,
faith
which is a
in
gross
this
thing for them to say.
nation
But that is
part of
exactly
the
what will
erosion
happen.
that we're seeing every single day.
Why not Larry
It's
Elder?
restoring faith.
What happened to
restoring
Larry
our
Elder?
Christian values
In
that will
California,
help
they were
this
bashing
nation
him. They didn't
once
care he was
again
black.
become the city on the hill. When Ronald
Oh, here we
Reagan
go with
talks
the city
about
on
the
the
city
hill.
on the hill, he was coming from Matthew 5.
Yeah, he was
When
also coming from
President
1980.
Lincoln talked about a house divided.
No one's thinking about the city on the hill
Our
anymore.
founding documents speak to the importance of the faith foundation. You don't have to be a Christian for America to work for
Sell
you.
us on your
but America
character. Sell
does
us on your
not
virtues.
work
Sell us on
without
our
a
policies, not your
faith-filled
skin color.
Judeo-Christian foundation. I would be the president that helps us restore
No, you
faith in
won't.
God, faith in each other, and faith in our future. Without that focus, none of the issues, the policies matter. We have to get back to being a nation that is, in fact, the city on the hill that believes in each other enough
that's Al
for us to
Pacino.
fight
Scott,
for that future.
Senator Scott, thank you. We're going to turn now to the challenges facing the next commander-in-chief. You'll all be fielding questions first from me and the Republican Jewish Coalition, and then from Kristen and Hugh. So as we continue forward, the Israel-Hamas war is barely a month old. Tonight, Israeli troops are fighting inside Gaza City with over 200 hostages who remain captive there, and civilian casualties mount inside Gaza. As President of the United States, what would you be urging Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to do at this moment? Governor DeSantis.
I would be telling Bibi, finish the job once and for all with these butchers, Hamas. They're terrorists. They're massacring innocent people. They would wipe every Jew off the globe if they could. He cannot live with that threat right by his country. That Hamas should release every hostage and they should unconditionally surrender. I'm sick of hearing the media. I'm sick of hearing other people blame Israel just for defending itself. We will stand with Israel in word and in deed, in public and in private. And I can tell you, as governor, I actually did something about it. Biden's neglect has been atrocious. We had Floridians that were over there after the attack. He left them stranded. They couldn't get flights out. So I scrambled resources in Florida. I sent planes over to Israel, and I brought back over 700 people to safety. There could have been more hostages had we not acted. And I'll tell you this, I met the first plane load when they came to Florida, and one of the mothers pointed to a 6-year-old daughter, and she said, my daughter had been saying the last 2 nights, Mommy, I don't want to hear any more bombs, no more rockets. I just want to get back to Florida. So there's a difference between words and deeds. We acted and we saved lives.
Thank you. Ambassador Haley, what would you do? What would you be urging Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to do? Would you consider humanitarian pause, for example?
The first thing I said to him when it happened was I said, finish them. Finish them. And the reason is I worked on this every day when I was at the United Nations. And we have to remember that they have to, 1, eliminate Hamas, 2, support Israel with whatever they need, whenever they need it, and 3, make sure we bring our hostages home. We need to be very clear-eyed to know there would be no Hamas without Iran. There would be no Hezbollah without Iran. There would not be the Houthis without Iran. And there wouldn't be the Iranian militias in Syria and Iraq that are trying to hit our military men and women if it hadn't been for Iran. And who is funding Iran right now? China is buying oil from Iran. Russia is getting drones and missiles from Iran. And there is an unholy alliance. We need to be clear-eyed. The last thing we need to do is to tell Israel what to do. The only thing we should be doing is supporting them and eliminating Hamas. It is not that Israel needs America. America needs Israel. They are the tip of the spear when it comes to this Islamic terrorism, and we need to make sure that we have their backs in that process.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Ramaswamy. Mr. Ramaswamy, any daylight between you and the candidates we just heard on this issue on what you would tell the Prime Minister?
I'm good with leaving everything
the
alone.
Prime Minister, no. In fact, I would go one step further. The founding vision of Israel was based on the idea that they don't want to depend on anybody else's sympathy or direction in defending themselves.
I'm fine with that.
So what I would tell Bibi is that Israel has the right and the responsibility to defend itself. I would tell him to smoke those terrorists on his southern border. And then I'll tell him as president of the United States, I'll be smoking the terrorists on our southern border.
Yes.
That's his responsibility. This is our responsibility.
That's fine.
That's how we move forward. But I want to be careful
perfect.
to avoid making the mistakes from the neocon establishment of the past. Corrupt politicians in both parties spent trillions, killed millions, made billions for themselves in places like Iraq and Afghanistan, fighting wars that sent thousands of our sons and daughters, people my age, to die in wars that did not advance anyone's interests.
He's nailing it.
Adding $7 trillion to our national debt. And Joe Biden sold off our foreign policy. Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, got a $5 million bribe from Ukraine. That's why we're sending $200 billion back to that same country. The fact of the matter is the Republican Party is not that much better. You have the likes of Nikki Haley, who stepped down from her time at the UN. Bankrupt or in debt was her family. Then she becomes a military contractor. She joins the board of Boeing and otherwise, and is now a multimillionaire. So I think that that's wrong when Republicans do it or Democrats do it. That's the choice we face. Do you want a leader from a different generation who's going to put this country first? Or do you want Dick Cheney in 3-inch heels?
All right, Mr.
In which case, we've got two of them on stage tonight.
Oh! Senator Scott, yes, Senator, same question to you about you're the president, you're on the phone in the Oval Office with the prime minister, you tell him
put
what?
my thumbnail very bad.
Number one, I would tell
I have Ron DeSantis down
Prime
below
Minister,
my thumbnail.
Prime Minister Netanyahu, not only do you have the responsibility and the right to wipe Hamas off of the map, we will support you. We will be there with you. We'll stand shoulder to shoulder. There will be no daylight. But I would change the station a little bit, though, and head back home to America. I would say to President Biden, diplomacy only is a weak strategy. Appeasement leads to war. From President Obama to President Biden, Obama sent millions to Iran. Frankly, President Biden has sent billions to Iran. That is why I've said that there's blood dripping from the hands of President Obama and President Biden. I would tell President Biden with great clarity, if you want to stop the 40+ attacks on military personnel in the Middle East, you have to strike in Iran. If you want to make a difference, you cannot just continue to have strikes in Syria on warehouses. You actually have to cut off the head of the snake, and the head of the snake is Iran, and not simply
How about we just don't send them money?
In order for us to have a powerful
we won't send
response
troops. We won't send
from
money.
America,
Just
we
send
have
them
to be in a position of strength. As President of the United States, my foreign policy is simple. You cannot negotiate with evil. You have to destroy it.
All right, Senator Scott, thank you.
I agree with that. It's not our job, though.
Look, Lester, these problems are so big and serious that the first thing I would say to Prime Minister Netanyahu is pretty simple. America is here, no matter what it is you need at any time to preserve the state of Israel.
Because everyone knows I'm Jewish.
Hamas's
everyone knows I support
Israel. To get rid of Israel.
And everyone knows I support American values.
Off the map.
And I'm going to walk you through.
There are three things I think
on the break
I would say to him when he asked for advice. The first I would say is that it is absolutely your obligation to protect the territorial integrity of Israel. Secondly, to make sure you protect the security and the safety of your people. Every time something happens to compromise either one of those things, it creates greater unrest in the entire region. Second, you must go in and make sure that Hamas can never do this again. The fact is that Israel and their intelligence community failed. They failed here, and they failed the people of the state of Israel. And so we need to work closely and better together to make sure, one, that they're degraded, and two, that we know everything that's going on inside the Gaza Strip when it's going on, so that something like this can't happen to kill 1,400 individuals again. And the third thing is to keep your eye on the ball. Make sure that we continue to isolate Iran, work with the reasonable nations in the Middle East, the other Arab nations who want to partner with you, and make sure that we continue to isolate Iran so that their only friends in the world are the part of the evil foursome: China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea.
Governor Christie, thank you very much. And we're going to continue in this vein right now with a question from Matthew Brooks, the CEO of the Republican Jewish Coalition, a partner of the Republican National Committee in this debate. Here it is.
I don't want to hear from him.
Given attacks by Iranian-backed proxy groups on U.S. military bases in Syria and Iraq, attacks that have wounded approximately 24 of our U.S. servicemen, do you support the use of military force by the United States against Iran?
No.
Governor Haley, would you please answer
Hell
that?
no.
Yes, I'd first like to say they're 5-inch heels, and I don't wear them unless you can run in them.
Go, girl power. You go,
The thing
you.
that I will say is I wear heels. They're not for a fashion statement. They're for ammunition. What we need to be doing for
Girl
Iraq
power.
and Syria is, first of all, the idea that our men and women could be targeted and that we've allowed almost 100 hits to happen under Biden's watch is unthinkable. We need to understand this is Iran giving the green light, telling them what to do, and we shouldn't be doing the tit for tat like what Joe Biden has done. We need to go and take out their infrastructure that they are using to make those strikes with so they can never do it again. Iran responds to strength. You punch them one and you punch them hard and they will back off. But what we don't need is Biden falling all over himself to get back in the Iran deal, him giving $6 billion to get 5 hostages home, him telling Netanyahu now that he needs a pause or a ceasefire. We don't need him going and sitting there tiptoeing around Iran because he thinks they're going to do something. You don't respond to an enemy and a terrorist with fear. You respond with strength. When you do that, that's when the world pays attention, and that's when Iran stops.
Thank you. Governor DeSantis, if I can continue with you. Just today, the U.S. launched another one of its limited airstrikes against targets in Syria, this time Iranian-linked facility. How far would you go militarily to hold Iran accountable?
Well, first, Matt, thanks for your question, and I appreciate what you've done over the last month. I know it's been very difficult for the community, and appreciate you guys rallying together in difficult times. I actually served in Iraq back in the day, and we had al-Qaeda in Iraq. You had Shia militias that were funded by Iran that were killing hundreds and hundreds of U.S. troops. And as commander-in-chief, I am not going to put our troops in harm's way unless you're willing to defend them with everything you have. Biden has them out there. They're sitting ducks. He's doing glancing blows. That's just inviting more attacks from the Iranians. I would say you harm a hair on the head of an American service member, and you are going to have hell to pay. We are not just going to sit there and let our service members be sitting ducks, and that's true whether it's Iran or whether it's any country on the world. We have to be strong, and we have to defend the people who defend us.
Thank you, Mary.
All right, thank you, Governor. Now our second and final question from Matthew Brooks of the Republican Jewish Coalition. Please watch.
Oh, my God.
Jewish students across the country are threatened and under attack. What do you say to Jewish students on college campuses who feel unsafe given the dramatic rise in anti-Semitism?
Hold your freaking head
and
high.
what do you say to university presidents and college presidents who have not met the moral clarity moment to forcefully condemn Hamas terrorism?
Mr. Ramaswamy, would you like to take that one?
Absolutely. I think the scourge of anti-Semitism across this country, including at places like my alma maters and places like Brooklyn Bridge in New York, it's sad to see, but here's what history teaches us. Anti-Semitism is a symptom of a deeper cancer in a country and a society that is lost, and we are lost. Several years ago, when I wrote my first book, Woke Inc., I was talking about they were chanting death to America. Death to white people, death to Christians. Nobody was waking up back then. Now it's even bad. Now they're saying death to Israel and worse. So it is wrong, but we have to get to the root cause here. Now, I think it's really important that we do this through
Part of the root cause
leadership,
is that you have a
not
Jewish guy
censorship.
coming up here.
Leadership means fill that void with purpose and meaning. Dilute this wokeism and anti-Semitism to irrelevance. These kids, they have no idea what the heck they're even talking about when they're siding with Hamas over Israel. They are fools. But I also want to caution here, if we go the direction of Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley, with whom I respectfully disagree on this issue, pro-censorship, telling student groups to disband, mark my words, soon they will say if you question a vaccine and its side effects, you're a bioterrorist. Soon they will say that if you show up at a school board meeting, you're a domestic terrorist. Soon if they say that J6 prisoners should be released, you're an insurrectionist terrorist.
They said ultra
so
MAGA
that's
is
where
dangerous.
this road ends. We don't quash this with censorship because that creates a worse underbelly. We quell it through leadership by calling it out. These university administrators have lost their way, and we need leadership at the top in the United States of America that restores our founding values and that has no place for this kind of anti-Semitic hate. That's where I stand while respecting our Constitution.
Your time is up.
Amen.
Senator Scott, let me get you to weigh in on what you just heard.
Awesome.
Let me just
He
say
gets
to
it.
every single university president in America,
Throw him in
federal
jail.
funding is a privilege, not a right.
Oh my God.
Number one.
Well, first of all, there shouldn't be federal funding in general for colleges because they all suck.
Who've come to our country on a visa to a college campus,
anyway.
your visa is a privilege, not a right. Number three,
that's not what the
any
Supreme Court has
campus
said.
that allows for
The Supreme Court's right
anti-Semitism
not that
and
idea down.
hate, to allow students to encourage terrorism, mass murder, and genocide,
See, he doesn't know
you
the
should
law.
lose your
I looked
federal
this law up.
funding today, period. To all the students on visas who are encouraging Jewish genocide, I would deport you from those campuses. We have to
You
stay
don't have the
strong
legal right.
with our Jewish Americans. At the end of the day, we should not
No
have
America has that.
our
right.
Jewish students
They have First
in a
Amendment rights.
library being told to
You might not
hide
like it. You might
on
think
our streets in New
you might
York.
hate what they're saying.
A
I hate what
Jewish
they're saying.
Citizen has the right to walk on the streets of America with no fear. They have the right to go to college campuses, go to class, and not fear. We will restore that. I started working on anti-Semitism on college campuses in 2017, because even then there was a rise of anti-Semitism on college campuses. We must force the people off those campuses, and
Senator
frankly,
Scott, thank you. Let me
out of our country.
Let me turn to the Governor DeSantis here. What do you think about what he just said?
I was the first presidential candidate to say, if you are here on a student visa as a foreign national, you're making common cause with Hamas, I'm canceling your visa and I'm sending you home. No questions asked.
No, you're not.
Second,
You couldn't.
I have
if you
friends here
tried.
in Florida who their kids do not feel safe even going to university campus at all outside of the state of Florida. You have Jewish students fleeing for their lives at
it's a
Cooper
lot of
Union.
anti-Semitism now.
Joe
It's
Biden
terrible.
should have the Department of Justice on these college campuses and holding the universities accountable for civil rights violations. When you should not have money going to these places. I already acted in Florida. We had a group, Students for Justice of Palestine. They said they are common cause with Hamas. They said, we're not just in solidarity, this is what we are. We deactivated them. We're not going to use state tax dollars to fund jihad. No way. And what is Biden doing? Not only is he not helping the Jewish students who are being persecuted, he is launching an initiative to combat so-called Islamophobia. No, it's the anti-Semitism that's spiraling out of control. That is what we have to confront. And as president, I can tell you this, we are not going to stand for this on college campuses any longer.
All right, Governor, thank you. Let me turn to Governor Christie, and considering what he just said, you led a state with a sizable Muslim population. Last month, as you know, a 6-year-old Palestinian-American boy was killed in Illinois by his landlord. His mother was also stabbed more than a dozen times.
Absolutely no evidence that it was related to
crime. What do you
not.
say to Muslim Americans who are also feeling
That was
afraid
terrible.
for their safety?
That was
right
terrible.
now?
Lester,
Terrible.
I'm the only one on the stage who's actually had experience in
Never
dealing with
happened.
this. I was appointed by President Bush to be the U.S. Attorney in New Jersey on September 10th, 2001. And when I took over that job after the September 11th attacks, I had to deal with a situation in our state that was explosive. We're the most ethnically diverse state in this country. And so first, we heard credible reports about Jewish students and synagogues being threatened in our state in the aftermath of 9/11. We made sure that we sent federal agents to those synagogues and we protected them, and the same thing should be being done now. At the very same time, I personally went from mosque to mosque in New Jersey and met with the leaders of those mosques and with the members of the mosques. And I said to them, law enforcement is on your side to protect you, regardless of your religion, if you are going to comply with the law. And we developed fabulous relationships with Muslim Americans all across the state of New Jersey, and we stopped any hate crimes that were going on either against Jewish Americans in New Jersey or Muslim Americans in New Jersey. It takes leadership, Lester, to know how to do this. You must work with both sides. Both sides need to know it, but let us never have a false moral equivalence between Hamas and Hezbollah and the Jewish people. The Jewish people stand for right and justice, and Hamas and Hezbollah stand for death.
Governor Christie, thank you. Ambassador Haley, What do you say to Americans who are simply afraid right now in this current environment that we're talking about?
That was the second best answer.
I think you look at the country, and the country is all out of sorts. I think, look at what these kids are dealing with on college campuses. What makes me so angry is not only do you have the kids barricaded in the library, they've said they were going to shoot up the kosher dining hall. You've got kids' dorm rooms who are being set on fire because they have something related to Israel on their doors. No person should ever feel in danger like this. And this is what I would say about our college presidents, is if the KKK were doing this, every college president would be up in arms. This is no different. You should treat it exactly the same. Anti-Semitism is just as awful as racism, and we've got to make sure they're protected. And for everybody that's protesting on these college campuses in favor of Hamas, let me remind you something. Hamas said death to Israel and death to America. They hate and would kill you too. And the idea that they're talking about genocide for the Jewish people, that's not the values of America. That's not us. We're better than that. We don't need to celebrate terrorists. We don't need to celebrate genocide. We don't need to celebrate violence towards anybody. We need to go back and soul search in our country and remember what we are about. And we are about taking care of people, not going and making them live in fear because some other terrorist activity says they want to destroy them.
Ambassador,
Didn't
thank
Trump
you.
make you an ambassador before you stabbed him in the back?
Thank you. This is another question for the entire field, so you will all get a chance to respond. But Senator Scott, I'd like to start with you. The United States has given Ukraine financial and military support since the war began more than 600 days ago. President Zelensky told me on Sunday, if Russia isn't stopped now, quote, the price will be higher for the United States. And Americans would be forced to, quote, send your sons and daughters to defend NATO countries. Senator Scott, where do you stand on more funding for Ukraine?
I certainly have been very supportive of Ukraine. I believe that ultimately we should make sure that the President of the United States states what is America's national vital interest in Ukraine. It is actually in degrading the Russian military. We've been very effective using our resources and our weaponry and the incredibly high price of Ukrainian blood to achieve that objective. Every day we get closer to the degradation of the Russian military, and that's good news. But the American people are frustrated that they do not have a president who reminds us and tells us, where's the accountability? Where are those dollars? How are those dollars being spent? We need those answers for us to continue to see the support for Ukraine. And at the same time, I would say that a package that's been offered by the president for Ukraine and Israel, that's the wrong approach. We need to focus specifically on providing Israel with the $14 billion that they need so that we show the world that we are 100% undeniably standing shoulder to shoulder with Israel. And then as we turn away from that direct support for Israel, we should go to our southern border and close our southern border with the resources necessary. I believe that we have sleeper terrorist cells in America. Thousands of people have come from Yemen, Iran, Syria, and Iraq. If we are going to deal with the national security emergency at our border, we have to do it now.
Senator Scott, thank you. But just to be very clear, if you were president, if you were in the Oval Office today, would you sign off on more military funding for Ukraine, or would you discontinue it?
Bottom line is we have to first have the level of accountability that allows the American people to understand where the resources have gone. Number one. Number two, after we have that responsibility taken care of and accountability, then we have an opportunity to look at the overall strategy that helps us degrade the Russian military while we use our resources and, frankly, keeping our NATO partners safe from the Russian military is absolutely essential. As you understand, Article 5 would require to support and to defend NATO, our troops on the ground. The fastest way for us to eliminate that possibility is for us to destroy, to the extent possible, the Russian military. By doing so, we actually achieve the objective of keeping our military home. And that's good news.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Mr. Ramaswamy, are you persuaded by President Zelensky's
home.
urgent
Just keep
new
them
plea? Where do you stand
home.
on more funding?
I'm absolutely unpersuaded. And I'm actually enjoying watching the Ukraine hawks quietly, delicately tiptoe back from their position as this thing has unwound into a disaster. The first half of this race, I was the only person standing for it. Now they're actually quietly coming around to being more cautious, as they should. Level with the American people here. Ukraine is not a paragon of democracy.
Yes.
This is a country that has banned 11 opposition parties.
Yes.
It has consolidated all media into one state TV media arm. That's not democratic. It has threatened not to hold elections this year unless the U.S. forks over more money. That is not democratic.
Yep.
It has celebrated a Nazi in its ranks, the comedian in cargo pants, a man called Zelensky, doing it in their own ranks. That is not democratic. More facts for you that you won't hear from the mainstream in either party or the mainstream media.
It's dropping it
The
tonight.
regions of Ukraine that are occupied by Russia right now in the Donbass, Luhansk, Donetsk. These are Russian-speaking regions that have not even been part of Ukraine since 2014. That other people probably couldn't name those provinces for you. Those are the hard facts. And so to frame this as some kind of battle between good versus evil, don't buy it. And I'd like the likes of the sharpest of the war hawks on Ukraine, Nikki Haley, to have some accountability and answer. Do you want to use U.S. taxpayer money to fund the banning of Christians? That is actually what's happening. They're using the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. They have banned them. The Ukrainian parliament just did this last week, supported by our dollars. And I think you owe it to the American people, Nikki, to at least this one time
Ramaswamy,
condemn.
thank you. That's time.
At least to
Mr.
condemn
Ramaswamy,
their
thank
banning
you.
of Christians.
Mr. Ramaswamy,
Or else
thank
we're
you.
talking out of both sides.
Mr. Ramaswamy,
does.
thank you. We asked the questions. Ambassador Haley,
Well, she deserves to
what
answer.
is your take on more funding for Ukraine?
What a crappy moderator.
I
this
am
woman
telling
is.
you,
You're a terrible
Putin
moderator.
and President Xi are salivating at the
loser.
thought that someone like that could become president. They would love to
The
see
fact of the matter is,
No, he's supporting Russia.
I'll tell you
we're
is,
driving Russia
first of all,
into
let's
China's
remember-
hands
Ramaswamy,
because of
you
these
had
foolish
your time to
policies.
talk. The ambassador has the floor.
Thank
Ambassador,
you. The
please.
first thing I'll tell you is we all remember what that thug did when he invaded Ukraine.
still the
We
ambassador?
all know that 500,000 people have died because of Putin. And here is a
rubbish.
freedom-loving,
We don't know that at all.
pro-American country that is fighting for its survival
They're
and
pro-American
because
'cause we're giving them money.
No, I don't think we should give them cash. I think we should give them the equipment and the ammunition to win. And I'll tell you, if Biden had done it when they first asked for it, this war would be over.
You're an
But let's
idiot.
also
You're an
remember
idiot.
this.
That's such a lie.
When you left Afghanistan in
They had
shambles
no
and
chance
left
of
them with a
winning
ton of weapons and money, it's not that we left, it's how we left. When you look at Ukraine, don't think for a second, now everybody wants to move away from Ukraine. They'll want to move away from Israel a year from now. America can never be so arrogant to think we don't need friends. After 9/11, we needed a lot of friends. Now is the time to get
Can't be so
partnerships.
arrogant to think you're the
This
world police
unholy
forever.
alliance between Russia, Ukraine, and China is real. There is a reason the Taiwanese want us to support the Ukrainians. It's because they know that China's coming after them next. There is a reason Ukrainians
Where did
want
you
us
come
to
up with that
support
Taiwan cares
Israelis
about that?
because they know that if Iran wins, Russia wins.
Ambassador.
We have to see the combination of the three.
Ambassador, thank you. Governor Christie, what is your take? And how long should Americans be expected to help fund the war in Ukraine?
Kristen, let's remember the last time that we turned our back on a shooting war in Europe. It bought us just a couple of years.
Oh my God.
And then 500,000
Oh my
Americans
God.
were killed in Europe to
oh
defeat
my
Hitler.
God.
This
He's
is not a
yeah,
choice.
That's Putin is like
This
the
is
next
the
Hitler.
price
He's
we
just-
pay for being the leaders
He's all
of
about
the free
lemons
world.
rum.
And the fact is, this alliance is not just
We
with
made this
Russia and
alliance.
Governor
made
Haley
it.
knows this. Iran is in the middle of this as well,
We
and so
forged
is
it.
North Korea. And they are all working to
Idiots
support
like you
Russia right
forged this
now.
relationship.
And the reason they're doing it is because
Talk.
dictators work together. People who believe
Unless
in
we work
democracy
with them
work
first.
together. We must stand with all of those that are standing up for democracy and freedom in this world. And by the way, let's remind everybody of this. In 1992, this country made a promise to Ukraine. We said if you return nuclear missiles that were part of the old Soviet Union to Russia and they invade you, we will protect you.
What, for the rest of the
An
time?
American promise that's 31 years old
For the rest
is
of
no
time?
different than an American promise
they
that's
would've
made
still had it,
tonight
it
on
would've
this
been taken
stage.
from them a long time
We
ago?
need to stand by it.
Stop.
And those of us who forget history are doomed to repeat it. And
I'd like to respond.
and the absolute Giving in to
Every time
dictators,
someone
which is
is
being
in
suggested
war,
on the
it's
stage,
the next World War
just
II,
shows
right?
the immaturity of the approach.
I'd like to
Governor
respond.
Christie, thank you. Governor DeSantis, I'd like you to weigh in on this idea. Are you concerned that this could become a wider war if Putin is not stopped now?
Well, any suggestion by
Yeah.
Zelensky or anyone else that we're going to eventually have U.S. troops there, I can tell the American people when
That's
I'm
why these
president, that
neocons
will
like
not
being on
happen.
NBC.
We are not going to send your sons and daughters to Ukraine.
Yeah,
I
you're
am
saying
gonna
that
send
today.
troops to our southern border. If you look at the threats that we face,
Just send all our money.
terrorists have come in through our southern border. I'm going to shut it down. I'm going to have the military, and I'm going to deport the people who've come, particularly under Biden, who've come from the Middle East, come from all these places. Now, Biden wants $105 billion. 60, most of that's Ukraine, including some of it going to pay pensions for bureaucrats and salaries. That is a totally ridiculous use of American tax dollars. He says he has money for border to try to do, and the media repeat that. When you look at it, what most of the money is money to process more illegal aliens into this country. How is that solving the problem? That's making the problem worse. And what does he do for the Indo-Pacific? A pittance. That is the top threat that we face. We need to bring this war to an end. We need the Europeans to step up and do their fair
There's no way to
share.
bring it to an
And we
end.
need to get serious about
Unless
the
you're willing
top
to let
threats that this
cut
country
ties with
faces,
Zelensky.
which is the Chinese Communist Party.
So if I may
Thank you,
respond
Governor.
to the Ukraine
Hugh.
question.
In fact, we are going to go from the hot wars in Ukraine and Gaza and
they gonna take a
Israel
break
to
at
what
any
many people are
point?
calling the new Cold War with China. And I remind the audience that it's important for our visitors at home to be able to hear you, and especially for the people in Beijing to hear you. Many Republicans believe that the Chinese Communist Party and General Secretary
knows the
Xi
truth about
is an existential threat to the
They
United
tried saying.
States. The flashpoint is Taiwan. For decades and decades, the American military, but primarily the United States Navy, has deterred an attack from China to the island state of Taiwan. But Ronald Reagan's Navy of 600 ships is gone. Now, the question to you is, and I'll start with you, Ambassador Haley,
Thank
because
you,
you were in
Jeremy.
President Trump's cabinet.
Thank you,
His
Spokesman.
goal was a 355-ship Navy. That's what he pushed for. He got to 300. It's now at 291. Is that big enough to deter and, if necessary, defeat an invasion of Taiwan?
China has the largest naval fleet in the world. They have 350 ships. They'll have 400 ships in 2 years. We won't even have 350 ships in 2 decades. China has built up their military. It's not just land, air, and sea. They're doing cyber. They're doing artificial intelligence. They're doing space. America needs to modernize our military.
We have to invent a
We
fourth
need to do
dimension that we
everything
can attack them
The
from.
first thing is you go and you make sure you have the backs of Ukraine. That's why the Taiwanese want us to support Ukraine, because they know that sends the biggest message to China. The second thing is we go to China and we start being tough on them. No more sales of our American soil to China, and let's take back what they've already stolen. Wow. Then you go and to the universities. No more having millions of dollars go to our universities. Then we will go and end all formal trade relations with China until they stop murdering Americans from fentanyl, something Ron has yet to say that he's going to do. And then we modernize our military. When we strengthen our military, when we modernize it with the focus of cyber, artificial intelligence, and space, when we make sure that we have the backs of our friends, whether it's in Israel, whether it's in Ukraine, and we should be arming Taiwan. Make sure they have the equipment they need. Make sure they have the training they need now. There is nothing China fears more than knowing that America will have Taiwan's back. Let's make sure that we show it by making sure they have the equipment they need.
This is how you make
Governor
people
DeSantis,
vote
my
blue.
question is specifically about the Navy.
These people ever won,
It's at
everyone would vote blue.
291. It's going to go down perhaps as low as 280. Is it enough? And what would you build if you were going to build more?
Not enough. We have to have the ability to back up a strategy of denial of President Xi's ambitions. And if China is able to be the world's leading superpower, that will affect you and your family in ways that are going to be very bad.
I think I would vote for Biden before I vote for Haley.
Authoritarianism all around the world as the cost of doing business. They will impose things like social credit scores and internet monitoring. So this is, to this generation, what the Soviet Union was to the post-World War II generation. I've already released a plan. We're going to get to 355 ships at the end of the first term, 385 ships at the end of the second term, but we're going to have a path to 600 ships over the next 20 years. I think the future of freedom is going to be determined in the Indo-Pacific. We have a strategy not just military, but decoupling from the economy and fighting them here at home with their cultural. You know, Ambassador Haley said somehow I wasn't doing. She welcomed them into South Carolina, gave them land near a military base, wrote the Chinese ambassador a love letter saying what a great friend they were. That was like their #1 way to do economic development. In Florida, I banned China from buying land in this state, and we kicked out on our universities, and we kicked the Confucius Institute.
That's an important
We've
thing.
recognized the threat, and we've acted
I didn't know this,
swiftly
Mega Mama.
and
Thank you.
decisively.
Senator Scott, you've been in the Congress since 2011. Defense spending has fallen over that entire period of time. Where are we going to get the money, and what would you build, and what kind of ships to deter China from attacking Taiwan?
Well, two major problems with the question. Number one, we do not have
It's weird
currently
audio.
a defense industrial bank to allow us to have the kind of production that we need in order to keep America safe. Frankly, if we are not prepared to fight and engage in 3 continents at the same time,
That's what Mega
think
Mama
about
is
where we
saying.
are today. In the Middle East, we are in the midst of trying to back our strongest ally. In Eastern Europe, we've seen our resources and our weaponry help degrade the Russian military. The Indo-Pacific, we have real challenges. The long-term threat is China. Immediate threat is our southern border. In order for us to have the military to fight 3 different continents at the exact same time, we're going to have to invest heavily in our military, but we're also going to have to invest heavily in an industrial base so that we can hit our objectives from a military perspective, not only with our ships, but also with our planes. We are so old as a military that in order for us to recalibrate, we're going to have to invest. One of the things I do in my Made in America
attack the southern border
is we create more than 4 million new jobs by having high-tech manufacturing come back to America, decoupling from China, so that we focus our attention on creating that industrial revolution that will be necessary for us to achieve the goal of having a military that is ready to be lethal and come home safe.
Senator, Mr. Ramaswamy,
I don't think they're taking a break at any point.
What would you build? Where would you build it?
I don't know if
When
there's a
would they be in
commercial.
the
It's
water?
2 hours
How big
straight.
would the fleet get?
First answer is end the toxic divest to invest program. For people who don't know about that, we're decommissioning ships in the South China Sea. The foundation of war is
47
economics.
minutes in, they don't
Rebuild our
break yet.
defense
I don't know if
industrial
they're
base
taking
at
any.
home. But here's the dirty little secret. Our actual defense industrial base depends on China for the supply chain, for the F-35 jets, for the ships that we're building. Think about this. Why are we stockpiling that if it isn't to actually be strong against our enemy, China? We depend on them for that, just like we depend on them for pharmaceuticals, just like we depend on them for semiconductors. So here's why we can't get tough with China. It's because we depend on them for our modern way of life, and we have to declare economic independence from our enemy. That's the Declaration of Independence that Thomas Jefferson, at the age of 33, would have signed. Today, if he were alive, that's the Declaration of Independence that I will sign as the next president. I do have to recognize that Ron DeSantis was correct about acknowledging Nikki Haley's tough talk when she was ambassador to the UN, calling China our great friend,
Very nice,
bringing the
subtle.
CCP to South Carolina. What he left out, though, Ron, and be honest about it, there was a lobbying-based exemption in that bill that allowed Chinese nationals to buy land within a 20-mile radius of a military base lobbied for by one of your donors. So I think we have to call a spade a spade. We need politicians who are independent of the forces that increase our dependence on China. My message to Xi Jinping is this. You are done buying land in this country. You will not donate to universities in this country. U.S. businesses won't expand into the Chinese market until you play by the same set of rules.
Ramaswamy,
You're kicked out of the WTO, and you actually have to have accountability for the COVID-19 pandemic financially, which unleashed hell on the world. We have to hold them accountable.
Do you have a number?
Wipe away our debt. Wipe away our debt
We
for
need to
COVID.
increase our naval capacity by at least 20% over
Take
the
them to
course of
court.
the next several years.
Get a
I think we
judgment
have
against
to,
them
at
for
minimum, be
33
able to
trillion.
meet our AUKUS agreement standards. Right now, we are at risk of not even being able to meet our AUKUS standards with
This is his best
Australia and the
appearance by
UK.
far.
So what we need to do is have a plan that reverses the trajectory of the divest to invest program
Hugh, I'd like to
by
respond.
20% over the next 3 years.
Governor Christie?
You know, my first observation, Hugh, is that nobody answers your question. And my second observation is these 3 in the middle think they're the enemy. I know China is the enemy, and that's what we should be focused on. So let's be really clear. The nuclear submarines in this United States Navy is the greatest deterrent. to Chinese aggression.
Oh,
And that is the first place I would go to increase American naval power. Our nuclear submarines are able to move
Nikki Haley's at
stealthily,
volume 14. I'm
quietly,
taking a
and
15.
effectively. And if we are going to deter China from invading Taiwan, the only way we're going to do it
I
is
want
to make sure
sheriffs
that
with
they
nuclear
don't
weapons.
know whether how many nuclear submarines from the United States of America are in the South China Sea and in that area and ready to strike on them if they decide to move on Taiwan. And so we, as our first priority, need to go directly to our nuclear sub-program queue, and we need to increase it drastically. That would be priority number one. Ships would come next, but to me, the ships are secondary choice here.
In Game of
The
Life.
submarines are the single most important thing that we could be deterring, that we could be using to deter China. But the other thing we could do to deter China is to let them know that the blood money they're spending for Russia in Ukraine right now will not be effective, that we send Putin home with his tail between his legs and make them understand that the same fate waits for them if they decide to move towards Taiwan with a more aggressive nuclear sub-program. We'll be able to make that threat real.
Thank you, Governor. We're going to take a brief pause now. We'll be back
finally,
to the
a pause.
Republican presidential primary debate.
I have so many
Please stay
thoughts to
tuned.
share with you. Okay, first and foremost, okay, I think it's 4 wars. I'm losing count. There's Ukraine, there's Israel, there's Iran, and then there's Taiwan. There's 4 wars. I need to talk about the Middle East thing, and I'll tell you this: I purposefully, for the last 3 weeks, have avoided talking about the Middle East altogether. That was intentional, and I'm not going to kid you. It's difficult for me to talk about the Middle East. It's really difficult for me to talk about it because sometimes people will end up like, I see people who I like, I care about. Like, I genuinely like these people, and I think that some of the facts that they've gotten is so ridiculous that it's like it makes me feel like genuinely hurt. And I know they're not trying to be hurtful. I know they're not. I know it's not personal, but it's like, I'm like, don't you realize how stupid you sound? Like how ignorant you are of everything you're talking about. So I've been purposefully avoiding it. I'm going to tell you right now, all of them are saying send money and whatever and everything and the whole support Israel thing. I'm going to tell you my position on this, okay? Because obviously I'm Jewish. I have family, cousins. I have cousins in the IDF, okay? I have my son is living in Israel for the next I don't know how many years. Okay, so do I feel personally vested in Israel? 100%. I need to be upfront with you about that. I'll tell you this much. I'm going to tell you this much. I have very deep feeling about my value and my love for America and the American values, and I think that and I think of myself as this is where my home is supposed to be. And I think that it's so stupid. I think they're stupid Jews, because I care about Israel's survival. I care about the people, and I'm not looking to see tons of Arabs obliterated. I don't want to see anyone dying who's not actively trying to hurt others. I don't want to see a single soul die who's not trying to actively hurt others. But I'm going to tell you right now, I didn't have a stream last night. I had my nephew's wedding was last night. I spent a lot of time talking to my family. And I was telling everyone who I spent more than 3 minutes talking to, the situation here is really bad. It's really bad. I'm living at a point now in my life where, and I've been walking this earth, thank God, for more than 5 decades. And this is the worst levels of anti-Semitism that has ever existed. And you could sit here saying Israel this, Israel that. I know a lot of you probably support Palestine and whatever. That's fine. You can feel however you feel about it. I'm not looking to convince you on that. I am going to tell you the levels of anti-Semitism that are here. And they mentioned talk about we have no idea who came across the border. This is the first time in my life I ever had conversations where I had last night, where I told my wife, I was like, I want you to have a gun. I told my brother, you have to get a gun. I said, you must have a gun to defend your family. Because I'm telling you right now, it's terrifying. The situation is really, really terrifying. Not to go out, God forbid, and hunt anyone or hurt anyone. But, American Jews, we live in the Northeast here. I'm not going to kid you. The culture here amongst American Jews is to be terrified of guns. When I first started doing this show, that was the attitude I had. It's actually my own chat which convinced me that a gun is a tool. And when my brother was saying to me, I was talking about this, he's like, you have to spend time training in it. You have to spend time. I was like, yep, you do. You have to spend time training. You have to learn what you're doing. I said, you also have to, so I said, you also buy life insurance. He's like, what does that mean? So I said, you have to be prepared. That's an investment of money. This is an investment of time. This is a very dangerous thing. It's a very dangerous situation right now. It's a very scary situation. I got to get back into this show, but I'm going to tell you right now, Ramaswamy has it right. I don't want to see Jews in the news. I don't want to see Jews asking questions here. If you care about Jews, you should stop putting them front and center.
Bipartisan Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party published a long essay on TikTok following the flooding of pro-Hamas propaganda
Just
onto
let Israel
TikTok
do what they need
accounts
to
across
do.
the United States. Chairman Gallagher called it shocking. He called the app predatory, controlled by America's preeminent adversary, one used to push propaganda and divide America. It's spyware, he said, a means of surveillance. Governor Christie, do you agree with Chairman Gallagher? And if so, would you ban or force the sale of TikTok?
I agree 100% with Chairman Gallagher. And let me say this. TikTok is not only spyware, it is polluting the minds of American young people all throughout this country. And they're doing it intentionally. And when you saw what happened in the last few weeks with all of this anti-Semitic, horrible stuff that their algorithms were pushing out
talk about
at a gargantuan
it's
rate.
bad for Jews.
This is China trying to further divide the United States of America. And this is one of the big failings among many of the Trump administration. He talked tough about TikTok. I heard him do it many times. But when it came down to it, he did not ban them when he could have and should have. And now since then, we've had an additional nearly 6 years of this type of poison being put out throughout the United States, even putting aside the spying, which we know is going on, and the theft of American personal data and information. So in my first week as president, we would ban TikTok. They want to go ahead and sell it? Let them go ahead and sell it. But I'll tell you another reason we would do it. Facebook's not in China. X is not in China. They're not permitting a free flow of information to the Chinese people from our social media companies, yet we just open the door and let them do what they're doing. TikTok should be banned because they are poisoning American minds, and I would do it week one.
Thank you, Governor. I want to go to Governor DeSantis.
A lot of
Would you
things
ban
poisoning
or
American
force
minds.
the sale of
Our colleges
TikTok,
are worse.
regardless of whether or not China allowed American apps to operate in China?
Yes, I think that China is the top threat we face. They've been very effective at infiltrating
That's what it
different
feels
parts
like.
of our society.
This is
So
exactly
my
what it
policy
feels
on
like.
China and the Chinese Communist Party is very simple. We win, they lose. And in order to do that, it's not just military, it's economic, and it's cultural. And as the dad of a 6'5" and a 3-year-old, I'm concerned about the data that they're getting from our young people and what they're doing to pollute the minds of our young people. These kids get these devices and they have a mind of their own. And I know a lot of parents are looking, it's hard to even keep it out. China's obviously the most extreme, but this is happening with other things. So we are going to do that, and we are going to make sure to protect the American people. It's a full spectrum approach to be able to fend China off. Yes, military deterrence. Yes, economic decoupling, but also their role in our culture. If we ignore that, we're not going to be able to win the fight.
Thank you, Governor. Ambassador Haley, speak to the parents out there. There are probably TikTok apps on half the phones in this auditorium.
No, I'm going to speak to the fact that 2 people hit me and you didn't let me respond. So let's first talk about the fact that they want to talk about the Chinese land from 10 years ago. Yes, I brought a fiberglass company 10 years ago to South Carolina. But Ron, you are the chair of your economic development agency that as of last week said Florida is the ideal place for Chinese businesses. Not only that, you have a company that is manufacturer of Chinese military planes. You have it. They are expanding 2 training sites at 2 of your airports now, one which is 12 miles away from a naval base. Then you have another company that's expanding, and they were just invaded by the Department of Homeland Security. So mine was 10 years ago.
You gave
Yours
them
was
stuff.
6
I
months
didn't
ago.
give them anything.
What's your story?
And I abolished that agency that she's talking about.
No,
Enterprise Florida, we abolished it. And of course, we banned
He
China from
scrubbed
buying
the
land.
website
Not
last
exactly
week.
a
Go
great
check.
recruiting pitch if you're banning them from purchasing land
scrubbed
at
the
all. So
website
we stood
last
up
week.
and
Thank
we
you,
done the
Ambassador
right thing
Haley.
in Florida.
Mr. Ramaswamy, we've talked about this. You campaign on TikTok. How do you get TikTok banned if you use it?
Well, I want to laugh at why Nikki Haley didn't answer your question, which is about looking at families in the eye. In the last debate, she made fun of me for actually joining TikTok while her own daughter was actually using the app for a long time. So you might want to take care of your family first.
Leave my daughter out of your voice.
The next generation of Americans are using it, and that's actually the point. You have her supporters crapping her up. That's fine. Here's the truth. The easy answer is actually to say that we're just going to ban one app. We got to go further. We have to ban any U.S. company actually transferring U.S. data to the Chinese. Here's a story most people don't know. Airbnb hands over U.S. user data to the CCP. Now, that's a U.S.-owned company. So this is the problem when you have Republicans that temporarily go the way the winds blow, and now it's popular to talk tough on China. When she was UN ambassador, called them literally, her words, not mine, our great friend. You can't be fair weather fans of the right policy. Get to the root cause. Even U.S. companies in Silicon Valley are regularly doing it. Cut the virtue signaling. The fact of the matter is Democrats are on TikTok today. The only person, one of the few people who is putting up content the way the actual algorithms work, speaking for pro-Israel views or others, is
Ambassador Haley,
more Republicans will join it. But stop U.S. companies from turning over data to Chinese companies. That's
moderators
the real answer, not the
like
virtue
Kristen
signal.
don't get to respond to personal attacks, but you do.
Thank you very much. You know, when he talks about me praising China, he doesn't know the fact that the reason China was praised was because I negotiated with China and Russia the largest set of sanctions against North Korea in a generation. That is literally the reason North Korea stopped testing ballistic missiles. So I said China did good on their part. That was a negotiation you could never do.
What you said, Nikki. Those are your words, not mine. And so just own up to it.
You would never
can
have been
change
able
your
to
mind.
get
That's
that
allowed.
negotiation
But don't
done.
lie to the people about what you've said or what you've done in South Carolina.
My
You have brought
entire
them to South
career
Carolina.
at the
Ron is
United
right about
Nations.
that.
Every day I fought China, and I did it
Look at the
by making
actual
sure
hard
no
facts.
one
You
could
brought
get
them to this
any
country.
agency heads in UN. I did it by making sure that we called them out on human rights. I did it by making sure that we held them accountable on everything that they did. That's the reason we got out of the Human Rights Council. That's the reason we called them out. And there's not been a day I haven't
Nikki,
stopped.
Senator Scott, it is your turn.
Policy
Mr.
experience with the millions you
Ramaswamy.
made afterwards.
Everybody else is hanging on to the rules here, Mr. Ramaswamy. Senator Scott.
Thank you. We should. I appreciate y'all clapping for me already. This is wonderful answer. Love this. Without any question. What we should do is ban TikTok, period. Now, we saw under former President Trump, he tried to ban TikTok twice, but was struck down by our federal courts. If you cannot ban TikTok, you should eliminate the Chinese presence on the app. Period. We also should provide, in my parents' Bill of Rights, we give parents the opportunity to give their kids permission under 14 to be on those apps. I think it's incredibly important for us as Americans to take back control of the information, especially of our kids.
I put a total
Where
end
does
to
it
the
go?
industry right
We
there.
should know that. One of the ways that we get to know that is by having a parental consent. But if we can eliminate TikTok, that is a first step. But it's not just TikTok. China continues to spy on our kids, but they're also buying our farmlands. We talked about that several times there. We have to make sure that we use the tools that are in our toolkit to stop China from buying farmland near our bases. The third thing we have to do is make sure that they stop stealing our intellectual property. They're literally stealing our IP to compete against us. My administration, we stopped that day one, and we start making sure that we create six-figure income for jobs made in America through my strategy.
Kristen.
Q, thank you so much. We're now going to talk about Venezuela, where millions have fled political and economic turmoil. Many Venezuelan immigrants are settling right here in Florida. Former President Trump and President Biden have taken different approaches to Nicolas Maduro's regime with little result. Former President Trump put economic pressure on Venezuela and backed one of Maduro's rivals. President Biden temporarily eased sanctions to encourage electoral reforms.
I can't listen to this.
Governor DeSantis, do you see the political situation in Venezuela as a threat to the United States, and what would your approach be?
Fifth war.
We should never rely on Venezuela for oil like Biden has had to go beg. I'm going to unleash all of America's energy potential. On day one, I'm taking all the Biden regulations, the Green New Deal, ripping it up and throwing it in the trash can where it belongs. We're going to lower your gas prices.
Man.
We're going to create jobs. We're going to lower energy costs, but we're also going to be
This is a good
more
point.
energy independent and secure. We'll choose Midland over Moscow. We'll choose the Marcellus over the mullahs, and we'll choose Bakken over Beijing. That is good for America's national security. Biden's Green New Deal, that's good for Venezuela, it's good for Russia, it's good for Iran, and it's good for China. So I would turn the screws on the Venezuelan regime. I think it's a corrupt, dictatorial regime, and we should never go hat in hand begging for oil from them.
Just to be clear, would you reimpose the sanctions?
Yes, absolutely.
Ambassador Haley, what would your approach be?
You know, I stood on the Simon Bolivar Bridge and watched thousands of Venezuelans cross for hours in the hot sun, holding their babies to get the one meal they might get that day, going from Venezuela to Colombia. They were fleeing socialism and begging for freedom. We need to make sure that we do everything we can to sanction Maduro. We shouldn't be getting dirty oil. And Biden just gave 500,000 Venezuelans temporary priority status, which is just going to have more of them come. But on the energy side, it cracks me up that Ron continues to do this. He has opposed fracking. He's opposed drilling. Last time he said it wasn't true, and everybody found out that it was true. He opposed it before Florida voters even voted on it. He was praised by the Sierra Club, and you're trying to make up for it and act like you weren't a liberal when it comes to the environment. You were. You always have been. Just own it if that's the case, but don't keep saying you're something that you're not.
Let me respond to that.
So
our whole energy plan, you can't get the shale without fracking. We are absolutely going to frack, but I disagree with Nikki Haley. I don't think it's a good idea to drill in the Florida Everglades, and I know most Floridians agree with me.
You ban fracking.
Thank you very much. Lester?
All right, all, thank you. Let's turn to one of the biggest issues for voters. That, of course, is the economy. This is a question that will go to all of you.
Finally,
An Iowa voter
we're about
recently
America.
told NBC News, how am I going to make sure my pantry's stocked without breaking the bank? You've all said the best way to deal with rising prices is to cut government spending.
Thank you.
But that would take time to play out, and Americans are struggling right now. Senator Scott, I'll start with you. What would you do the moment you take office to help Americans manage the cost of living? So we're talking about short term here.
Short
My
term
mother
is
was a single
impeach
mother who
Kamala
raised
and
me and my
Biden.
brother in a very challenging economic situation. The first thing I can tell you is that when your gas prices are 40% higher right now than they were just a little over 2 years ago, that's not a problem for my mama. That was a crisis. The first thing I would do as President of the United States is I would sign the XL Keystone Pipeline and start seeing resources flow. Second thing I would do is make sure that there's certainty and predictability so that those folks who have the leases in our country would have the certainty and predictability to go ahead and become energy independent. We should focus not just on being energy independent, we should focus on being energy dominant. America is the home to more energy resources than any other country on the planet. We can reduce the price of energy, we can reduce the price of food and the price of electricity if we focus on my build here, don't borrow from China plan that is embedded. The Made in America strategy creates 10 million new jobs in 3 different areas. One is innovation. Second is the high-tech manufacturing. And the third is the energy economy. We have an opportunity as Americans to actually export the surplus energy that we create in our nation and disconnect from China and from murderous dictators and tyrants around the
Your
world.
time is up, but let me just follow up. The idea of pumping gas, of turning on pipelines, that doesn't make gas cheaper that day. I'm talking about you become president. What can you do specifically to help people feel better about their situation or be better?
Tell them be nice.
Well, actually, it does, to be honest with you. The way that the economy works is it works on the ability to anticipate excess supply versus the demand. When that happens, confidence drives our prices down because we know there's going to be a greater surplus. When you allow for those who have leases to actually start drilling, to start using those leases for more energy excavation, you put our economy in the strongest position. And as a result of that, prices start going down. That is the kind of economy that, as president of the United States, I would lead this nation to making sure that we first use the resources in our own country and not going outside of our country in order to achieve
If he becomes
our
president,
objective.
America will
Proverbs
sleep for 4 years.
22:7 reminds us that the
Let's
borrower
talk.
is slave to the lender. We have become an indentured servant too often to countries like China. By having an energy economy, we start allowing this nation to once again return.
Senator,
as a
thank you.
city
Let me
on the hill.
ask the same question to Governor DeSantis.
Oh, we're still a city on a hill.
You ticked off a number of things a moment ago, but some specific examples of ways that would put people on a better economic footing right away.
So I started off working minimum wage jobs. I did $6 an hour as an electrician's assistant. I worked all kinds of things to be able to get through school. And I did that because I believed in America, if you work hard and get the most out of your God-given ability, you can get ahead. And what's happening now, many of you are working hard and you're falling further and further behind. I've met people in Iowa, New Hampshire, and all across the country who've talked about all the burdens that they're facing with the rising prices. And I've heard from multiple people the same story. When they go grocery shopping, what they now do is they figure out what they have to take out of the cart once it's ringing up, because it rings up so much faster and so much higher at the cash register that they can't afford the full cart of groceries anymore. We have to restore the American dream in this country. What can you do on day one? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take all the executive orders, the regulations, everything involving Bidenomics. I'm going to rip it up. I'm going to throw it in the trash can on day one where it belongs. That is going to give the economy breathing room. And I'm also going to rein in the Federal Reserve. They have helped create, with their reckless monetary policy, what we have faced since the COVID-19 pandemic. They botched it. Congress botched it. Both parties are to blame. Fed should focus on stable prices. They are not an economic central planner for the American people.
Governor, thank you. Mr. Ramaswamy, weigh in on this. Ways that you can improve people's financial condition in the short term.
Right. And as a CEO, the economic question is core to my vision and policy prescription for this country. Increase the supply of everything. It's the law of supplies and demand. Increase the supply of energy. That brings down the cost of energy, grows the economy. Drill, frack, burn coal, embrace nuclear. Increase the supply of labor in this country.
I like that.
Stop using our taxpayer money to pay people more to stay at home instead of to go to work. Increase the supply of housing. People don't talk about this one in the Republican Party. The land use restrictions are constricting the supply of housing. That's making housing more expensive for ordinary Americans across this country. So that's the true answer. And I think it takes a CEO in the White House who actually understands this to get this done. Because Americans at home, they know the Bidenomics is a lie. Prices are going up. Interest rates and mortgages to buy your home are going up, but wages have remained flat. That's the hard diagnosis for our economy. And this is about more than just our economy. I say this as a member of my generation. I'm 38 years old. I'm the youngest person ever to run for U.S. president as a Republican. The reason my generation has lost our sense of national pride in part is because people in my generation feel like the American dream isn't available to them. And part of the reason why is we've burdened them with four-year college degrees that did not serve
which are stupid.
Their head start on the American dream.
Scam.
People will be more proud of a country if we're all making more money in that country. This is how we revive national pride and our identity, and it will take a CEO in the White House with zero-based budgeting, by the way, to take on the federal debt to get this job done.
Let me turn to Governor Christie on that.
Well, look,
Christie's here also.
Part of the entire premise of the question, and I agree with Tim on this, is absolutely energy is the key to this because it drives every one of those other prices.
They hate it.
Now food gets to your grocery store, it gets trucked. And those truckers have to pay for fuel, for the higher fuel prices. And when you go ahead and you tell people, we are going to unleash every bit of American energy, every bit of its potential, what happens in the futures markets? The prices go down because those people who are believing that the Biden program will continue are the ones who are bidding this up. And let me tell you the other place that's bidding it up, in the Middle East. And so if you don't believe that making sure that Israel and that Israel situation that's going on right
talking about
now
Israel, please,
isn't resolved and resolved quickly as president of the United States and bring stability back, that will also not permit countries like Saudi Arabia and others to be able to jack their prices as well in what they say is in response to a crisis, when it's really what it's in response to is putting more money in their pockets. When they have an American president who knows that Israel must be defended not with humanitarian pauses and not with suggestions for ceasefire, but with letting them know we will supply them with everything they need, that will also bring stability to the market. Energy
Let them pay
is
for
the
it, though.
key to bringing this
Supply
down.
it, but let
It's
them
what
pay for
every
it.
American family needs when they turn on their lights, fill up their car, and go to the grocery store. And we need to do that first and foremost. That's the short-term answer.
Governor Christie, thank you. Ambassador Haley, let me come at this from a slightly different direction. Americans in rural communities are being especially squeezed by inflation right now. An Iowa State University study found that last year inflation cost rural households about an extra $5,000. How would you specifically help rural Americans who are suffering right now, Ambassador?
Well, I'm a product of rural America. I grew up in rural South Carolina, and I can tell you what we're seeing now in America is the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. We have to go and start beefing up the middle class. And the first thing I would do is I will eliminate the federal gas and diesel tax in
When
this
you
country.
jack up
We'll cut
taxes because
on
you
the
spend
middle
on
class, but
wars,
we have to stop
the
the
middle class get
spending
poorer.
binge
You
that's
make the
happening
middle
by
class poorer.
Republicans and Democrats in Congress. I will make sure, one, we claw back
You'll
the
make sure we're all
$500
broke.
billion of unspent COVID dollars that are out there. Instead of 87,000 IRS agents going after middle America, we'll go after the hundreds of billions of dollars of COVID fraud that exists, one out of every $7. We'll stop the spending, we'll stop the borrowing, we'll eliminate the earmarks, and I'll veto any spending bill that doesn't go back to pre-COVID levels. That will cut trillions and allow us to be safe. We also need to be not energy independent, energy dominant. We are blessed with
Didn't someone else
resources.
say
Let's
that?
do it. But the
Doesn't it seem
reason no
conscious?
one should give you a number, Hugh, on the amount of ships in the Navy
True.
is because in a few years, our interest expense is going to be more than our defense budget. So no one can give you that number realistically without first
What's the matter
tackling
with
what's happening with the financial situation. It would be a false number to give you that. We have got to understand this is a crisis. It is a national security concern. If we don't deal with what's going to happen with that interest expense in a few years, we're going to look like Japan. And we can't let that happen. The strong dollar matters.
Ambassador,
Yeah,
thank
you're
you very
gonna
much.
lose
Kristen.
the dollar with all your
Americans
wars.
could see
Strong dollar matters. Let's face
Americans
it.
could see their social
borrow more
security
on
benefits
wars.
drastically cut in the next decade because the program is running out of money. Former President Trump has said, quote,
question
under
about
no
wars.
circumstances should Republicans cut entitlements. Governor Christie, first to you, you have proposed raising the retirement age for younger Americans. What would that age be specifically, and would you consider making any other reforms to Social Security?
Sure, and we have to deal with this problem. Now, look, if we raise the retirement age a few years for folks that are in their 30s and 40s, I have a son who's in the audience tonight who's 30 years old. If he can't adjust to a few-year increase in Social Security retirement age over the next 40 years, I got bigger problems with him than his Social Security payments. And the fact is, we need to be realistic about this. There are only three things that go into determining whether Social Security can be solvent or not: retirement age, eligibility for the program in general, and taxes. That's it. We are already overtaxed in this country, and we should not raise those taxes. But on eligibility also, I don't know if out there tonight, and if you're watching Warren, I don't know if Warren Buffett is collecting Social Security, but if he is, shame on you. You shouldn't be taking the money. There are a lot of programs in this country that we all pay for that we don't get a direct benefit from. Food stamps is one of them. I've never, fortunately in my life, ever had me or my family on food stamps, but I'm glad it's there so that no one in this country goes to bed hungry at night if they have availability to that program. But I don't get a direct benefit. The fact is, on Social Security, remember why it was established. It was established as a safety net program to make sure that no one would grow old in this country in poverty. That's what we got to get back to. Rich people should not be collecting Social Security.
Governor, can you give me a specific age, 69, 70? What would the age be?
No, look, that's going to be a part of a negotiation
84.
with Congress, Kirsten. And hell, I'm not going to start negotiating until I get there.
All right, Ambassador Haley, let me have you weigh in on this because you said in June that you would be open to raising the retirement age. Have you determined what that age would be specifically, and what other reforms are you looking at?
So first of all, any candidate that tells you that they're not going to take on entitlements is not being serious. Social Security will go bankrupt in 10 years. Medicare will go bankrupt in 8. Right now, you have Ron and Trump joining Biden and Pelosi saying they're not going to change or do any sort of entitlement reform. What we need to do is keep our promises. Those that have been promised should keep it. But for like my kids in their 20s, you go and you say, we're going to change the rules. You change the retirement age for them. Instead of cost of living increases, we should go to increases based on inflation. We should limit benefits on the wealthy. Bernie Marcus can tell you he hates getting that check. Limit the benefits on the wealthy, and then expand Medicare Advantage plans. Seniors love that. And let's make sure we do that so that they can have more competition. That's how we'll deal with entitlement reform, and that's how we'll start to pay down this debt.
And can you give me a specific age? Have you determined the age?
Again, you have to work with Chris. What I can tell you is it's going to be those in their 20s just coming into the system, and it should reflect more of life expectancy.
Quoting
It
Chris
doesn't do that
Christie
now.
is always
All right,
a
Mr.
good strategy for
Ramaswamy,
winning
have
campaigns,
you
winning
determined
presidential
if you would
campaigns.
touch entitlements and Social Security? What, if any, reforms are you looking at?
So this is really important right now. We're working within the last window I believe we will have to actually fix this problem while still leaving Social Security and Medicare benefits for current seniors intact. I'll tell you how. The other candidates assume, like Nikki, that it can't be done. And on her math, she's right about it. But her math assumes $7 trillion of our $33 trillion national debt going to fight wars like in places like Iraq and Afghanistan. Minus that, our national debt would be $26 trillion
way more than
right
that.
now. Then you go to
way more
zero-based
than that.
budgeting, which I've proposed as a CEO. It's how I've run businesses.
It'll be
It's how
5
many
times
CEOs
that.
run businesses. Don't
Oh,
use
Lord.
last year's budget as the baseline. Start with 0 as the baseline and then ask what's actually necessary. 75% headcount reduction. Yes, that is severe. In the number of federal employees in the Washington, D.C. bureaucracy. Shut down redundant agencies that should not exist. Deliver economic growth as a positive tailwind. I think we can get to 3, 4, maybe even 5% GDP growth if we really take the regulatory shackles off of our economy. And against that backdrop, I believe this is our last best window to be able to take care of our national debt problem through those severe measures, including sacrificing the foreign wars that
Enter
many
judgment against
bloodthirsty
China
members of both parties have a hunger for.
COVID.
That's the one secret for how we're going to be able to
$30
do this, and
trillion
that requires discipline. So we can't have the first conversation we were having sending
Wipe it
foreign aid
away.
willy-nilly to countries whose national debt per capita is less than ours.
Thank you,
But if we
Mr.
do this
Ramaswamy.
correctly, I think this is our last window, and it'll take a CEO from the next generation to do it.
Thank you very much. Senator Scott, weigh in here. What are you looking at to keep Social Security sustainable?
The bottom line is a simple one. We have to grow our economy and cut our spending. Let me just say to my mama and to every other mama or grandfather receiving Social Security, as President of the United States, I will protect your Social Security.
Ow.
The fact is that we're spending today about $1.1 trillion on Social Security, about $750 billion on Medicare, about $300 billion on Medicaid, about $400 billion on veterans benefits, $1.7 trillion on annual appropriations. If we're going to actually tame this tiger, the way you do it is not by picking on seniors who have paid into a program that deserve their money coming back out to them. The way you deal with it is, number one, you have to grow your economy. My plan, Made in America, creates 10 million new jobs, grows our economy at 5%. By doing so, you add trillions of dollars of economic activity and billions of dollars to your treasury. Number two, you have to cut taxes. When we cut taxes in 2017, I wrote the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Everybody said, well, guess what? Revenue will go down. Well, in 2018, after we wrote it in 2017, what happened? Revenue went up by 3%, and the next year it went up by another 3%. So what we know is that the Laffer curve still works. But the lower the tax, the higher the revenue. And finally, if we're going to deal with it, we have to take our annual appropriations back to pre-2020, pre-COVID levels of spending, which would save us about $500 billion in the next budget window. By doing
Senator,
that, we deal with Social Security and our mandatory spending.
Thank you, Senator. Very quickly, would you raise the retirement age? Would you be open to raising the retirement age, or do you rule that out?
All you have to do is go to
What's the name of this woman, this crazy eyes
in Iowa, and watch the hard work and the dedication.
Yes or
You and
no,
I
though,
having
Senator?
a conversation.
Yes or
the
no,
answer
though?
is no. But listen to this though, before you go on. Thank you. The fact of the matter is that the more physical your labor, a year or 2 or 3 more is actually challenging to the physical body. You and I might have a different perspective, but for those farmers, they're working night and day.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it. Governor DeSantis, finally to you, would you be open to raising the retirement age, and how would you keep Social Security sustainable?
Well, look, as governor of Florida,
it is a losing
I know a
argument.
few people on Social Security, and I know it's important. My grandmother lived till 91, and Social Security was her sole source of income, and that's
Some
true
of my
for
best
a lot
friends
of
are on Social
seniors
Security.
throughout this country. So what I'd say to seniors in America, promise made, promise kept. I understand what you're going through with the rising prices, and you need that Social Security check. So we'll make sure to get that done. What can you do to help shore up Social Security? One of the things that's causing problems is the inflation. We have to reduce inflation. When you have higher inflation, the seniors get a cost of living adjustment.
Well,
which
your
means the
wars cause
program's
more
spending
inflation.
but it doesn't cover the increase in the actual inflation rate. We also do need to get to at least 3% growth. You're never going to be able to have issues, be able to solve the budget without that. But I would note this. Congress for decades took money from Social Security. Social Security would have more tax revenue than it put out. They would take it and then they'd write an IOU to Social Security. Congress has a lot of dirty hands on this. I'm going to force Congress to stop spending so much money. And you know, one thing we have to do, we talk about the retirement age, is just something that's changed in the last 4 or 5 years. Life expectancy in the United States is declining.
So, Governor,
in this
yes
country.
or no? Would you raise it? Would you raise the retirement age?
When life expectancy is declining, I don't see how you could raise it the other direction. So it's one thing to peg it on life expectancy.
Have people
but
work
we have
as
had
long
a
as
significant
people vote
decline in life
Democrat.
expectancy in this country,
you
and
rule
that's
it
just
out.
the fact.
All right, Governor DeSantis, thank you. Thank you, candidates.
working
And we
like
will
4
be
years
right
past their
back
death.
after a quick break
Social Security
from
go way
Miami,
down.
Florida.
Thank God. I'm not going to kid you. I got bored by that segment. Yeah, they have no answers on the economy, and nor should they, by the way. They shouldn't have it. It's not the role of the government to fix the economy. It's the role of the government. If anything, with respect to the economy, the role of government is to stop getting in the freaking way of it and stop cheapening our money by wasting all your freaking dollars on new wars and borrowing money and devaluing the dollar and thereby driving up inflation. You want to stop inflation? You know how you do that? Stop going to war. That's one way. That's one way. Stop going to war. Now, I had to stop in the middle because they jumped back in before. And I want to make this point because they did spend a lot of time talking about the Middle East and everything that's happening there. I want to make this point, and I'm telling you this as someone who I express my opinion. I'm obviously very strongly pro-Israel. I'm also very, very, very strongly pro-America and America first values. Israel needs to stand on its own freaking hind legs. Okay? They have to stand on their own freaking hind legs. They're a smart country. They'll figure it out. Stand on their own hind legs. Having Jews marched out in some sort of GOP thing, oh my God, this it makes me like cringe. Why? Why do they have to be? Why put yourself front and center? I understand a lot more about how Republicans think, about how America First people think than any of these idiots. Because I talk to you people every single day, and everything about America First really, really resonates with me on a fundamental level as far as basic American values. And they don't realize this is ultimately a self-destructive strategy. Because I'm going to tell you something. I started chat here. Israel, America, sorry, it's just the truth. And I'm not upset with Jay Luther for this at all. Because I'm going to tell you something. That's the message that these idiots keep sending. It's so self-destructive. If you actually care about Israel, the way I care about Israel, stop making them front and center. Stop suggesting that, God forbid, that America should go to war over this or that, or even sending them money so that they can fight. You know what Israel should be looking for from America? Just let us do whatever we need to do. And if we need to buy arms, sell us arms, and we'll pay for them. Stand on your own hind feet. You can do it. You're very strong. You're very strong. Stand on your own hind feet. That's all they should be looking for. Let America look to take care of America. That's what America needs to do. I want America to focus on, I want American government to be focusing on American people. Is that such a crazy ask? Is that such a crazy ask? I'm so tired. I don't want to hear Israel front and center in the news day after day after day after day after day. It is the worst thing in the world. If you care about Israel, it's the worst thing in the world for people to be going out there and spending a half hour of freaking GOP debate talking about Israel. It's terrible. Part of the reason I haven't been talking about this, I was like, you know what? This is counterproductive. Why the heck am I like investing all this time in this? I don't even have to be having this conversation right now. Just let them, Israel, do whatever they need to do. They're dealing with a crazy type of enemy that, thank God, no Americans ever had to really, really deal with on a personal level outside of 9/11. talking about a level of person who basically, a level of terrorist who basically is like, if my kid is in a building with a Jewish kid, I will happily blow that building up. It's a concept that most Americans can't even imagine. So Israel that's a real problem to deal with. It's a very, very difficult problem to deal with. There's no right answer that's more moral. And all these people who are screaming, free Palestine, they don't understand how immoral they are because they're actually encouraging more of that lunacy. But let Israel handle themselves. Stop asking America to help. Stop asking America to send money or troops or fight Iran or any of that other crap. If you actually care about Israel, that's what your position should be. I care about Israel. That's why that's my position.
Debate. Once again, here's Salem Radio's Hugh Hewitt.
Thank you, Lester. When NBC News talks to voters, when I talk to voters every day, they all say that the border is a top issue. It can mean a lot of different things. It can mean 2 million people who crossed illegally last year. It can mean more than 150 arrests of people on the terror watch list. It can mean the burden on states from having migrants move into their states from the southwestern border. But I want to talk about opioids specifically and fentanyl. And I'll start with you, Senator Scott. Tens of thousands of Americans' families have suffered a death to fentanyl. Young people sometimes die taking one pill. What can you do as Commander-in-Chief on the first day to stop fentanyl and the waterfall of it into this country?
Number one, we should close our southern border. For $10 billion, we could close our southern border. For an additional $5 billion, we could use the currently available military technology to surveil our southern border to stop fentanyl from crossing our border. I've already led on legislation that would sanction the Mexican cartels. If you remember the path, the precursors come from China, then they are manufactured in Mexican labs, and then the Mexican cartels bring them across our border. By sanctioning their accounts and eliminating their cash, we starve them of what they need. Number one, closing our southern border makes it nearly impossible to get in. The military-grade technology is a backup, making sure that we not only stop 70,000 deaths in the last 12 months because of fentanyl, it also allows us to deal with the human trafficking travesty that is entering in our country in the same path. If we are going to deal effectively with 100,000 overdose deaths in our country and the 70,000 that is directly linked to fentanyl, we have to deal with our ports of entry and deal with our southern border. If we do that effectively, we have started reducing the challenge from the outside, and then we have to deal with the challenge on the inside, which seems to be connected to a mental health crisis that is spreading throughout our nation.
Governor Christie, Senator Scott just mentioned ports of entry. 90% of the fentanyl that is seized in the United States is seized at ports of entry. We don't know what's coming in across the open southern border. You've been a United States attorney. You've taken on cartels. Can it really be done quickly? What would you do as president?
It can be done quickly in two ways, Hugh, on fentanyl. The first way is exactly as you suggest, at ports of entry. We have to beef up what our law enforcement has in terms of technology. I would invest in that as president. We need to make sure that law enforcement has every tool at its disposal to do it. Secondly, on day one, I would sign an executive order that would send the National Guard to partner with Customs and Border Patrol, both at ports of entry and at the open ports of our border. Customs and Border Patrol agents are overwhelmed. There's 200,000 encounters a month over the last 11 months. We simply do not have the man and woman power at the border to be able to deal with it. And so dealing with both law enforcement, and you're right, we have done this, we can do this, but we got to give them the tools to do it, and technology is one of the biggest tools that we don't have enough of at the ports of entry. Now, we also need to lower demand, Hugh, in this country. And the way to lower demand is to start treating people again. You know, we started to do this before COVID, and we haven't done enough of it. And for every family out there tonight who has lost a loved one to fentanyl or to any other type of opioid overdose, what you know is all you want is a chance for them to win their lives back. When I'm president of the United States, we're going to call this what it is. It is a disease, like heart disease, diabetes, or any other disease like cancer that can be treated, should be treated. We not only have to stop supply, but we have to lower demand and save lives.
Governor. Governor DeSantis, you have talked about using United States Special Forces to attack the cartels where they manufacture the chemicals that come from China? How often? How many? What does that look like?
Well, first, I was speaking to a dad who lost a son to fentanyl overdose. Son wasn't a drug addict. He had taken some pill that happened to be laced with fentanyl, and it was a fatal overdose. And when he told me, obviously the pain of losing a child is as bad as it gets, but he said what was salt in the wounds is that these elites in DC don't give a damn about what's going on in this country. They don't care that we have tens of thousands of opioid deaths, that the fentanyl's pouring in. They are not taking the type of action we need to. We're declaring it a national emergency on day one. I'm sending U.S. military to the border. I'm going to stop the invasion cold. I am going to deport people who came illegally. And I'm even going to build the border wall and have Mexico pay for it like Donald Trump promised. How are you going to do it? Yeah, Mexico's not going to fork over money. We're going to impose fees on the remittances that foreign workers send to foreign countries. We'll raise billions of dollars. I'll build the wall. But we are going to designate the cartels to be foreign terrorist organizations or something similar to that. And we're going to authorize the use of deadly force. We're going to have maritime operations to interdict precursor chemicals going into Mexico. But I'll tell you this, if someone in the drug cartels is sneaking fentanyl across the border when I'm president, that's going to be the last thing they do. We're going to shoot them stone cold dead.
Ambassador Haley. Ambassador Haley, if the United States uses special forces in Mexico without prior notice to the Mexican allies to our south, what would your colleagues at the United Nations think about that?
I don't care what my colleagues at the United Nations think. What I'll tell you is, first of all, you have to go to the source. We have lost more Americans in the Vietnam, Afghanistan, and Iraq wars combined. We lost 75,000 Americans last year. Go to the source. It is the reason why we'll continue to say we will end all normal trade relations with China until they stop murdering Americans. You watch how quick that flow stops. The second thing is we'll send special operations in to take out the cartels. We need to go to where they're distributing it, where the supply centers are, and take them out. We'll put 25,000 more Border Patrol and ICE agents on the ground and let them do their job. We will defund sanctuary cities. We will go back to the Remain in Mexico policy so that everybody stays in Mexico and they never get here in the first place. And instead of catch and deport, we'll go to catch and release. I'm sorry, instead of catch and release, we'll go to catch and deport. That is the way we'll deal with the border. Those are the things that we have to do going forward. But I do agree with Chris. One of the first things that we have to do is really focus on mental health and addiction centers. It is something that is needed in our country terribly because we don't deal with mental health, and someone who doesn't get care for mental health falls into addiction, and we owe it to them to treat it like the cancer that it is.
Mr. Ramaswamy. Special forces in Mexico, shoot them stone cold dead at the border?
One thing I just want to say, and how we're talking about this issue is, like Ron, I've actually met many parents across this country who have lost their kids to laced pharmaceuticals that have fentanyl in them. The only thing I would ask, Ron, I think you'd be on the same page with me on this. Let's not even call that an overdose. 1927. That is not an overdose.
You're a century out of date.
That is poisoning. If you put that fentanyl in a Big Mac, we would not call that an overdose. You'd call it what it is. It's closer to bioterrorism. And I say that because as it uniquely relates to this crisis, that does warrant more aggressive means to deal with it. So there's a new presidential election in Mexico in 2024. People may not be aware of that. It's going to be someone other than Obrador, who has been a disaster in Mexico. I think he's even mentioned me obliquely in speeches to say that somebody who would do this shouldn't get anywhere near the White House. Well, AMLO, get out of the way. There's going to be someone else in charge. I hope to build a good relationship with that next president of Mexico. We'll use our own military to seal our own southern border. What we need to do is stop using our military to protect somebody else's border halfway around the world when we're short right here at home. Get serious about protecting this border. And then the other thing that hasn't been discussed is the northern border. I'm the only candidate on the stage, as far as I'm aware, who has actually visited the northern border. There was enough fentanyl that was captured just on the northern border last year to kill 3 million Americans. So we got to just skate to where the puck is going, not just where the puck is. Don't just build the wall, build both walls. Can't just complete the wall, use the military to seal the Swiss cheese for the tunnels that they're actually building underneath that wall.
Thank you, Mr. Ramaswamy.
Be practical and actually get this job done.
Thank you. Kristen.
Thank you, Hugh. Let's talk now about last night's election results. Abortion rights supporters saw victories in Ohio and Virginia following earlier wins in states like Kansas and Kentucky. Governor DeSantis, first to you, how do you see the path forward for Republicans on this issue?
Well, I stand for a culture of life, and I understand that it's important that everyone gets a shot. I'm reminded of a story about a young mother who was struggling in Jamaica about 45 years ago. She was counseled to not have a baby because she was poor, baby wouldn't have opportunity, and she came close to have an abortion, but she decided to have the baby, born poor in Jamaica. And the reason I know that story is because that baby girl ended up emigrating to the state of Florida, becoming a lawyer and a judge, and I appointed her to the Florida Supreme Court in August of 2022. We're better off when everybody counts. We're better off when we can promote a culture of life. At the same time, I understand that some of these states are doing it a little bit different. Texas is not going to do it the same as New Hampshire. Iowa is not necessarily going to do it the same as Virginia. So you got to work from the bottom up. You got to do a better job on these referenda. I think of all the stuff that's happened to the pro-life cause, they have been caught flat-footed on these referenda, and they have been losing the referenda. A lot of the people who are voting for the referenda are Republicans who would vote for a Republican candidate. So you got to understand how to do that. But let's just be clear. The Democrats have taken a position. They will not identify the point at which there should be any protection all the way up until birth. That is wrong, and we cannot stand for that.
All right, Governor DeSantis, thank you. Ambassador Haley, let me have you weigh in. Former President Trump has consistently blamed the abortion issue and how Republican candidates have talked about it for their electoral losses. How do you see the path forward?
You know, I've said it before. I think you have to be honest with the American people. This is a personal issue for every woman and every man. I am unapologetically pro-life, not because the Republican Party tells me to be, but because my husband, Michael, was adopted and I had trouble having both of my children. So I'm surrounded by blessings. Having said that, when you look post-Roe, a wrong was made right. They took it out of the hands of unelected justices and they put it in the hands of the people. And now we're seeing states vote. And what I'll tell you is, as much as I'm pro-life, I don't judge anyone for being pro-choice, and I don't want them to judge me for being pro-life. So when we're looking at this, there are some states that are going more on the pro-life side. I welcome that. There are some states that are going more on the pro-choice side. I wish that wasn't the case, but the people decided. But when it comes to the federal law, which is what's being debated here, be honest, it's going to take 60 Senate votes, a majority of the House, and a president to sign it. So no, we haven't had 60 Senate votes in over 100 years. We might have 45 pro-life senators. So no Republican president can ban abortions any more than a Democrat president can ban these state laws. So let's find consensus. Let's agree on how we can ban late-term abortions. Let's make sure we encourage adoptions and good quality adoptions. Let's make sure we make contraception accessible. Let's make sure that none of these state laws put a woman in jail or give her the death penalty for getting an abortion. Let's focus on how to save as many babies as we can and support as many moms as we can, and stop the judgment. We don't need to divide America over this issue anymore.
Thank you, Ambassador. Senator Scott. Senator Scott,
I don't know how she
I'd
got
like you to
15%.
weigh in. How do you see the path forward, and what do you make of what Ambassador Haley just said? Do you see this as a consensus issue?
Well, I'm 100% pro-life. I have had 100% pro-life voting record. I would certainly, as President of the United States, have a 15-week national limit. I would not allow states like California, Illinois, or New York to have abortion up until
You
the day
just
of birth.
lost
I
any
certainly would
general election.
not allow for governors, former
You just
governor,
lost it. And you
Democratic
won't get
governor
it.
of Virginia, who
And it's
talked about
arguably
infanticide. We need a 15-week
unconstitutional.
federal limit. 3 out of 4 Americans
It's
agree
arguably
with a
unconstitutional,
15-week
and you just
limit.
lost the election.
47 out of 50 countries in Europe agree with a 15-week limit. I would challenge both Nikki and Ron to join me at a 15-week limit.
So we'll
It
all
is
lose
in
together.
our nation's best
I'm here
interest.
on this
And
on this
frankly,
stinking
I
boat.
think it's
Join me on my
unethical
stinking boat
and
over here.
immoral to allow for abortions up until the day of birth. We have an opportunity in this nation
This
to
is true.
stop that reckless behavior from states like California, New York, and Illinois. I'd go a step further. In my parents' plan, we start by talking about funding, block granting resources to crisis pregnancy centers. We should support adoption. There are a number of ways that we can say to the expectant mother that we stand with you. We should not only be pro-life before the child is born, we should be pro-life after the child is born just as much.
Senator Scott, thank you. Ambassador Haley, your name was invoked. Would you support a 15-week federal limit?
I would support anything that would pass because that's what would save more babies and support more moms. But you have to be honest with the American people. And I appreciate that Tim keeps calling me out for this. But Tim, there was a bill last year. Lindsey Graham sponsored it. You didn't even co-sponsor the bill. And then when you first were interviewed on this, when you ran, you wouldn't even say you were for 15 weeks. What I'm saying to the American people is, let's see what we can agree on. Let's bring people together and decide what we can agree on. I will sign anything where we can get 60 Senate votes, but don't make the American people think that you're going to push something on them when we don't even have the votes in the Senate. It's important that we're honest about that.
Let me go to Mr. Ramaswamy. Would you support a 15-week federal ban? And what is the path forward on this?
I just wanted to say, I mean, I think Nikki Haley did invoke being honest. And I just want to give credit to Tim Scott. He's honest about where he stood. And I think you should be honest, not making a political calculus, but to say, if a bill is served up, would you sign it? Here's my view on this. Speaking as a man, they say men have trouble speaking on this issue. I don't think we need to be that way. It was my home state of Ohio, I'm upset about this, yesterday, that passed a constitutional amendment that now effectively codifies a right to abortion all the way up to the time of birth without parental consent. Why? It's back to that Republican culture of losing. The Republicans did not have an alternative amendment or vision on the table. I know Ohio. I was born, raised, and I lived there. It's representative of the country. If in the state of Ohio, we talked about access to contraception, adoption, and also here's the missing ingredient in this movement: sexual responsibility for men. We live in an era of reliable genetic paternity tests that are 100% reliable. So we can say men deserve more responsibility. So we can tell women we're all in this together. It's not men's rights versus women's rights. It's about human rights. And I come back to that case that Clarence Thomas spoke of. A pregnant woman walking down the street. She's assaulted. The unborn child dies in that assault. You find me one person in this country who says that that criminal does not deserve liability for that death. You won't find one. That says we share the same instincts on this issue, but we require, I believe, a different generation of leadership
thank you.
to actually lead us forward and unite the country on this.
Thank you.
Honestly.
Thank you, Mr. Ramaswamy. Governor Christie, as you know, federal limits are important to a lot of Republicans. Where do you stand on this issue, and what is the path forward for Republicans?
For 50 years, conservative lawyers have been arguing that the federal government should have absolutely nothing to do with this issue constitutionally because it's nowhere in the Constitution. And then Dobbs comes and we finally gain that victory, which was the creation of a constitutional right out of thin air that didn't exist. And now we have people running to say, let's short circuit the states from doing what they need to do, and let's go right to some type of federal ban at a certain number of weeks. And people on the stage have been all over the place: 20 weeks, 15 weeks, 12, 6.
Wow, I actually agree with him on
the Frowners were really smart. And this is an issue that should be decided in each state. And I trust the people of this country, state by state, to make the call for themselves. Now, it's going to lead to a lot of divergence. In Oklahoma, you can't get an abortion unless the life of the mother is at risk. In my home state of New Jersey, it goes up to 9 months that you get an abortion. I find that morally reprehensible, but that is what the people of our state have voted for. And we should not short circuit that process until every state's people have the right to weigh in on it. But here's the bigger issue, Kirsten. The bigger issue is, and Tim began to touch on this, we're not pro-life for the whole life. To be pro-life for the whole life means that the life of a 16-year-old drug addict on the floor of the county lockup is precious, and we should get treatment for her to restore her life. The 52-year-old who's drug addicted should make sure that any of his children who he's passed that addiction on to are treated well too. Pro-life's not just in the womb, Kirsten. It's for the whole life.
All right, Governor, thank you. Candidates, thank you. We're going to take a final break, and when we come back, we'll hear from all of you with your closing statements. This is the NBC News Republican presidential debate. We'll be back right after this.
Okay. I'm going to tell you. After they finish the debate, I think it's funny that they have him there. That's really funny. They have Trump up there. That's pretty funny. All right. Anyhow, I'll tell you right now, I think that I was looking at polling numbers and I couldn't even believe it. First of all, I just want to catch Breck Nichols here. It says, hey, Joe, great show as usual. My humble opinion, aside from Trump, the only candidate who inspires enthusiasm in me is Vivek. Every other one is meh. I agree with you totally. Thank you for the Roman Ramp, brother. Oh, I'm going to give you one of these while I'm at it. Yeah, on the topic. So there's one guy in my chat here. Yeah, abortion, as I explained, abortion is a losing topic. It's a losing topic because if you are pro-life, the way most Republicans are, you are not terrified about the abortion issue because you're invariably not worried that you're going to have an abortion. So to you, it's someone else's fetus. It's not your own fetus that you're protecting. I had a whole long explanation on this where I basically explained if you believe in capitalism, then you cannot possibly believe that the right can ever win on a national stage on this issue. You can think it's immoral. You can think it's immoral. You can think it's terribly wrong. I think it's immoral. I think it's a terrible, awful, terrible thing when a woman gets an abortion. Terrible, awful, terrible. You have to have sufficient understanding of the human mindset to understand that the reason capitalism is something that works better than socialism and always must work is because we as humans are naturally looking out for our own interests. And capitalism banks on that people looking out for their own self-interest are going to try and better the situation. That's what the whole root of why capitalism has been such a success compared to socialism, where it's like you're fighting for someone else. You're busting your tail for someone else. That's one of the massive flaws of socialism. This is like 12 different flaws of socialism. I could do like 4 shows on that. But if you believe in capitalism, then you understand human self-interest. And when you talk about, and if you understand that, if you have that cognizance to recognize that we are guided by what is best for us, then you understand that someone who is pro-choice is looking out for their own interests. As far as I want to retain the right that I don't have to be saddled with an abortion, with a fetus or a baby that I don't want to have to take care of. So they're all about their own self-interest. Whereas the pro-life side is I don't want someone else's fetus to get killed. And you might really believe that in your heart of hearts. You might really feel that. And you know what? A certain percentage of people might be, that's the most important issue to me, that someone else's fetus isn't killed. But you know, it's not going to be your own fetus. It's not your own self-interest. So you're basically banking that there's enough people who have that level of morality and that conviction on it, that this is going to be an issue for them, that's the deciding issue. That there's going to be more of those votes than people who are like, I'm looking out for my own self-interest, that I want to be able to have an abortion. I want my daughter to be able to have an abortion. It's a loser. It has to be a loser. And besides, Christie is correct. Under Dobbs, arguably, it's unconstitutional. Dobbs basically says states have to decide for themselves. So if you pass a national abortion law, if you could ever get such a thing passed, which you never will, but if you could, it probably would be unconstitutional. So it's a stupid issue. It has to be a loser. We're back.
Welcome back, everyone. With only 2 hours for a debate, we know there are other major issues that are important to Republican primary voters. I'll ask you each to please use your closing statement to focus on any topic you didn't have time to address and why you and not former President Trump would be the party's best choice to tackle these important issues. You each have a minute. Senator Scott, we'll start with you. 1 minute.
Yep.
There's a crisis that is growing in our nation, and that crisis is cultural and spiritual. We need a renewal, a great awakening. We should reject the left's valueless, faithless, fatherless society. We should turn back to faith, patriotism, and individual responsibility. We should stop choosing victimhood and start choosing victory. We should stop kneeling in protest and start kneeling in prayer. There are basic truths that built this country.
Kneeling, right?
If you're able-bodied in America, you work. If you take out a loan, you pay it back. If you commit a violent crime, you go to jail. And if God made you a man, you play sports against men. I do not just want to...
Audience, please.
I I do not just want to win the battle against Joe Biden. I want us together to win the war for our Christian conservative values that changed my life.
Senator Scott, thank you. Governor Christie, you have.
That's why I'm asking you for your vote.
Thank you for hosting tonight. Listen, it's a gift to be an American. And I'm running for president of the United States because I'm tired. I'm tired of seeing the division.
Yep.
I'm tired of seeing the anger. And I can see in the eyes of Americans their exhaustion. Their exhaustion from the petty personal politics that have taken over this country over the last number of years. I'm running for president to be a president of consequence, to do the big things, to make sure that America's role in
Everything he does, he's the
stays
big
number
things.
one, that we stand up for our friends and allies around the world, and we stand up for what we believe in right here at home. And it's not to eliminate our differences. Our differences has always been our strength as a country, not our weakness. But you can't truly say you love America unless you're ready to open up your heart to every American. I'm going to open up my heart to every American as president, and I will make sure that I return honesty, integrity to the Oval Office. We deserve and should accept nothing less.
Governor, thank you very much. Let's go to Mr. Ramaswamy now. Your 1 minute.
We've talked a lot about foreign wars tonight, but we're in the middle of a war right here at home. It's a war not between black and white or Democrat and Republican. It's between those of us who believe in our founding ideals and love this country and a fringe minority who hates the United States of America. And I think it's going to take a commander-in-chief to lead us to victory in that war, who first of all knows that we're in a war. Second of all, can't be captured by the special interests along the way. But third is from the next generation, somebody with fresh legs to lead us to victory. I'll shut down the deep state. I'll declare economic independence from China. I'll keep us out of World War III and then revive national pride in this country. I also want to close with one message to the Democrat Party. End this farce that Joe Biden is going to be your nominee. We know he's not even the president of the United States. He's a puppet for the managerial class. So have the guts to step up and be honest about who you're actually going to put up so we can have an honest debate. Biden should step aside, end his candidacy now so we can see whether it's Newsom or Michelle Obama or whoever else.
All right,
just
Mr.
tell us the
Ramaswamy,
truth so we can have an honest
time is
debate.
up. Ambassador.
I really hope it's not Michelle. I don't kid you. Michelle would be really tough to beat.
Haley, you have 1 minute for your closing.
Thank you. The world is on fire. We have a war in Europe. We've got a war in the Middle East. We've got China on the march. It is very important that we know how to defend our freedoms and how to defeat terrorism and socialism. We have to know the difference between good and evil. We have to know the difference between right and wrong. We need to know that a strong America doesn't start wars. A strong America prevents wars. And the way we can focus on that is to make sure we go back to the soul of America and be strong and proud again. And we can't do that. We can't win the fights of the 21st century with politicians from the 20th century. We have to move forward, and we can do this. I know we can do this. So join our movement. Go to NikkiHaley.com, and we will once again show what America that's strong and proud looks like. God bless.
Ambassador, thank you.
This argument, Monk training, would require people to believe that the fetus is a baby.
Governor DeSantis, you're closing.
They deny that.
We must
deny that
reverse
reality.
our country's
not a
decline, and
baby.
that is going to require leadership. I will take the hits. I will take the arrows. I will take the barbs, because it's not about me. It's about you. It's not about the past. It's about your future. We are going to fight for you. I am going to win for you and your family, and I'm going to lead this country's revival. As a veteran of the Iraq War and in the Navy, I will always put service above self as president. As the father of 3 young kids, I'm going to ensure that this country is left to the next generation in better shape than we found it. And as the governor of Florida, I delivered on all my promises, and you can trust me to deliver for you as the president of the United States. I am asking for your vote. I'll be a nominee that will be able to win the election. I will be a leader you can be proud of, and as your president, I will not let you down. God bless you.
Governor DeSantis, thank you. That is going to conclude our debate. The next line says, if the audience can hold their applause. That didn't work out. But anyway, for just a few more seconds, I'll ask you to just hold the applause. On behalf of my fellow moderators, I want to thank the candidates for their time and for this spirited debate. Really good, deep conversation, and we appreciate you all being here. Thank you as well to our wonderful hosts here at the Adrienne Arsh Performing Arts Center. On behalf of the Republican National Committee and all of us at NBC News, good night, everyone, from Miami.
All right, so I'll give you my thoughts on this. I have a few super chats I want to get to, but he's saying abortion solution 9 months limit, but they must show you the ultrasound of your child before the operation. Yeah, I think that yeah, that I don't think it's going to stop as many as you think it'll stop. I don't think it's going to stop as many as you think it is. The act of malignance is the murder that takes place during abortion. We don't let people hurt others for their own personal gain. Like I said, that is dependent on people accepting, because they've been so convinced or taught that there's no humanity at all in a fetus. I mean, my perspective on a fetus, the reason I'm pro-life is because I believe that every human has unlimited value. There is no value you can put on any human. You as a human have value that so far exceeds what you recognize. Your value as a human is just unbelievable. Unbelievable. Immense. Immeasurable. You have no idea what influence that person is going to have in ways that are immeasurable. On their family, on strangers, neighbors, anyone. You have no idea. On society, as you have no idea what impact your kid is going to have in ways that no other creature, anything could possibly have. When you consider that a human has that type of potential, that type of magnitude, that type of influence, that type of significance, when you recognize the significance of a human, which is lost on the left, lost. When you recognize that, then you recognize that a human fetus is just slightly below that. Unlimited potential. And the only reason it doesn't have the same value as a human is because it's not quite a human yet. It's human in the oven, like as Bill Burr says, like a cake that's in the oven. So it's a tiny bit less, but it's also what's a tiny bit less than like infinity value. It's infinity minus one value. When you look at it from that perspective, that's why I'm like, I think that it's a terrible sacrifice for society that we allow abortion to happen. But that being said, that's my perspective on it. That may be your perspective on it if you're pro-life. But if you're not pro-life, if you've been trained to think that pro-choice is an actually like fair or okay thing, you are not looking at that fetus as a human. You have it completely divested from being humanity. You've been soaked in a culture which is telling you that it's just a clump of cells. So, yeah. So as far as no one thinks of it as acting, no one who's engaging in an abortion, no one who's seriously considering it enough that they're actually sitting there with their legs up, getting themselves cleaned out from having some, God forbid, a new baby coming, is sitting there thinking that they're killing a human. They're not. They've been trained, and then they'll grasp on to anything that helps convince them that it's not. So you're not gonna. That's not. You're not gonna convince them otherwise. All right, a few things I wanted to cover. So, Brown Eyed Girl. First of all, I want to hit up with all the people that gotta get like a super blast too. Thank you for your continuous coverage, great coverage. You are very welcome. Thank you for your generous super chat. And this one here, guess who eats together? The Carnegie Deli. Bowser from Shining On, Arthur Fonzarelli, Paul Newman's half Jewish, Goldie Hawn's half too. Put them together. What a fine looking Jew. I thought it was Harrison Ford. Whatever. Issue with building a larger Navy is the lack of naval yards. A lot of dry docks in the U.S. were demolished or privatized. USS New Jersey will be going dry dock for about a month. It's going to cost $10 million. Wow. Well, thank you for the generous super chat. Jeremy, I left this one up here because I agree with you. That's part of what gets me so outraged is I feel as if Chris Christie or Haley or whomever, they get up there, or DeSantis, they get up there, and like basically it's like they're treating Jews the way that Black community gets treated. Like, I'm all for you right now. Come vote for me. Come support me. If you shoot someone in self-defense where you live, you'll be prosecuted, not so much in Florida. You're correct about this. I was talking about one of the earlier breaks about how, like, I was telling my family they need to get guns. And you're correct. Where I live, it's a dangerous thing to shoot someone in self-defense. I don't know that I'm going to be living in New Jersey for much longer. I mean, I'm not moving like tomorrow or anything like that, but I do plan on actually moseying on down to Florida. I've already had talks. I'm in talks with Lady Lawgic. So, I'm sorry, Joe, you're naive. So I had a whole debate during this whole thing about this concept as to whether America is better off isolationist or not. And he was quoting the original America First, which was an isolationist type of perspective. That's historically correct. We're living in a whole different era now than we were back then. A whole different era. And that's why I'm not naive. When I say America should be isolationist, I'm saying we don't need to go to war. Somehow, Donald Trump avoided war and managed to keep the international stage completely free from starting any new wars. Yeah, you know what he did? He had hits. He took out ISIS without loss of a single American life. Instead of sending trillions of dollars or spending trillions of dollars marching and putting our soldiers in harm's way by marching them out into war, I think he terrified the bejesus out of a lot of world leaders. And they're like, look what he did to Soleimani, al-Baghdadi. I don't want that to be me. Everyone understood that. You don't have to go to war. You don't have. It's not like the answer is either we don't think at all about international thing, or we go in there marching ablaze with guns ablazing, or with trillions of dollars that we're sending out the window that we don't actually have. We don't have to bankrupt ourselves in war every time there's some sort of issue on the international stage. And I'm not talking about diplomacy. I'm not even talking about diplomacy. Most things that people they're talking about, that they worry about, I'd be like, don't even think about it. You draw a line in the sand. You say, do not cross this line. And if you do, things happen. Things happen. Restaurants blow up. Don't cross it. It's a much simpler, neater way of handling crises. It's a much simpler way. You couldn't do that with America First on the first go round in the 1930s, early 1940s. You didn't have that capacity, that capability. So I'm not saying we stick our head in the sand. I'm simply saying that we don't have to sit there saying, let's mortgage our grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren's future. And I'm saying that we don't have to send troops. I'm saying there's a lot more effective ways of taking care of that. We were informed that I was sharing these debates. That was funny. That was really funny. So I have to say this. You wanted to know about my input debate sometime on a 2-minute YouTube video. If interested, woke kid goes off on whiteness at school debate. It's a glimpse of the future. I'm not going to do it tonight. I don't expect to do it tonight, but I did sort of put it aside there. And yeah, so that I think basically was the first half of our show. I got to just give you wrap-up thoughts on this stuff. By the way, volume and lack of punctuation warning on video. No doubt. Moon of Florida, you want to retire so bad now. A modest proposal, DeSantis for Israeli PM. That's pretty funny. DeSantis is the Israeli prime minister. Well, he might not be bad at it. Here's the thing. Okay, so I just want to point this out about DeSantis. This is the problem I have with DeSantis. He was very, very effective from like 2020 to 2022. He was very, very effective. This is how he became so popular. He became very popular because he was very effective. But his effectiveness only came when he had a supermajority of huge red wave in Florida. See, why should I think for a second no one heard of him in 2018, 2019, 2020 until after the next wave of elections when he had that supermajority? Why should anyone? And do I respect the work he did in 2021, 2022? 100%. 100%. But I have had doubts about his neocon positions, and I don't like the way that he responded to a lot of these ridiculous charges against Trump. And I think that that's reflective of someone whose values about America, fundamental American values, are really sus. And I also question his leadership because unless he has a whole bunch of Republicans behind him, yeah, great. If you have a supermajority in Congress, if you can tell me that magically, boom, we're going to have 60 Republican senators, okay, he can be great with that. Still going to be wasting a whole ton of money in Ukraine. Come to Texas, great food and all the guns you want. Ooh, that's not a bad idea. I actually have friends in Texas. Master Phillips says, move to Arizona. We need more MAGA Jews. More MAGA Jews. Morality aside, the solution is just put babies up to adoption. It's a stupid solution. As a lucky adoptee with amazing parents, I feel confident saying not enough people will or want to adopt. That's probably true. That's probably true. Unfortunately. NC, Florida is best. North Carolina, Florida? What's NC? NC? I'm not sure what that means. I'm not sure what that means. So let me give you my thoughts on this whole debate thing that we were just watching. I think that Vivek, I think that a lot of them, it's interesting. I think a lot of them, I think Tim Scott put everyone to sleep. I think his run is over. I don't think we're going to hear much from him anymore. I think we're within less than a month he's gonna give up this little pipe dream of his. I don't think he's going to make it to the primaries. I think Chris Christie, I think that he actually did better than Tim Scott. I thought, and I mean, look, I can't stand Chris Christie. Don't get me wrong. I can't stand the dude. And they're all crazy about just starting one war after another. We saw Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, every one of them, except for Vivek, was like, let's go to war. We're going to war. Go to war in every part of the globe, man. Just pick a part of the globe. Just take out your local globe and just spin it and put your finger down, and boom, we're just going to start sending our money and our troops over there. My God. Start claiming that Taiwan wants us to go to war in Ukraine. I'm like, I don't even know what the hell they're even talking about. If I was Taiwanese and I was worried about China, last thing I would want America to do is waste money on war. Like, no, you're gonna need to save it. Put those pennies aside. Stop devaluing your dollars. We're gonna need that much more of it. I don't know. I don't even understand it. I don't understand that. I'll tell you this much. They seem to have absolutely no clue when they were talking about the economy. Oh my God. First of all, the questions were so terrible. Lousy questions. What are you going to do to fix the economy right away? He's like, well, I'd open up the pipelines. Yeah, but that's going to take like at least a month. No, what's going to do? What are you going to do right away to fix it right away? It's like, what the heck are you asking me? I'm going to snap my fingers and the economy is going to be better. What is he? What's anyone supposed to say to this? I was like, are these moderators out of their minds? Hold on a second. I'm getting dark eyes here from Lady Lawgic, so I just got to make sure everything's okay. Okay. Apologize for that. I had a little issue here that I had to address. And I'll tell you this is definitely true. He burned the place down the first 5 minutes. He burnt it to the floor. He was amazing. He was coming out attacking DeSantis, Nikki, every one of them. Oh my gosh. He was really on fire. I was surprised when I was looking at the polls and seeing that he's struggling as much as he is. I was really shocked. I was really, really shocked. Just shocked. So, Anyhow, so I thought Vivek did really well. Let's face it, at the end of the day, none of these folks are going anywhere. None of these folks are going anywhere. Trump is totally taking this. So, oh, North Central Florida. That's what you were saying. Oh, yeah. I'll tell you, that's pretty much where I'm looking. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens on that. Anyway, so that is that. That is that. I wanted to get into, let me work my way, since we're in the second half of the show here, I want to work my way into the Trump trial today, because in case you missed it, Ivanka Trump, nay Trump Kushner, took the stand today. Fascinating legal issues that came up. I mean, fascinating legal issues that came up, which were confounding the judge. And then all of a sudden, I personally found myself trapped in where I was having my First Amendment rights trampled, literally trampled. When I got, and I'll tell you this, I'll break down the First Amendment thing first, and then we'll get to the legal issues later on. In fact, I'm actually in the middle of a fight. I'm in a fight, and I'm going to be sending a letter out, probably during this show. I'm going to be sending a letter out where I'm basically firing off about the way the court handles their coverage of this trial. So, as I expressed to you the other day, they're very limited in who they allow to come in there. You can't get into the courthouse because they're so afraid of people from outsiders coming in there and actually talking about and actually like covering this trial, which should tell you volumes about how about the concern that Judge I have such a block on his name, Judge Engeron has about anyone knowing what's happening here. And what's important about this, which is when I came in there, I sat down in room 418, which was a viewing room there, and I chose 418 instead of 218 because 218 when I went there was really crowded. I was like, maybe 418 will be like a little bit emptier, and it was much emptier. And who do I see sitting 2 rows in front of me? It's Matthew Lee from Inner City Press, who you should be following on Twitter at Inner City Press, one word obviously because it's Twitter, at Inner City Press. This guy, he goes to trials and he's sitting there and he's tweeting, he's live streaming, and you're basically able to see what's happening in the trial. Now, I'm going to tell you this because you wouldn't know it. There's no way for you to know this if you've never tried live streaming a trial the way he does. It's very hard. It's very, very hard to do this. And there's no way he could ever get down every question and every answer. You can't do it. Because they are talking so fast. If they're talking this fast, imagine just trying to type like this. You're not a court reporter. A court reporter is able to take this stuff down. And even they tell us to talk slower sometimes. And they just are rambling. And we have to throw in there, it's Ivanka talking, now it's the lawyer talking, now it's the judge talking. And you don't catch every word. So it's a very challenging thing. So when you're reading, or when Robert Gouveia is reading through this stuff, what he is reading is one person's best reflection about an exchange that happened 2 minutes earlier, which is infinitely better than nothing. And Matthew Lee from Inner City Press does a phenomenal job at it. It's really hard. It's really, really hard. And he does a great job where you feel like you're following along in the trial. But I'll tell you right now, what you end up getting ultimately is 4 or 5, maybe 6 questions and answers during a span of a half hour, 40 minutes. When there's actually like 30 questions in there. Some are shorter, some are more poignant, some are less. So basically, when you're sitting in there, you're trying to get down the key points, the key questions and answers, and then you're trying to remember what exactly was the question and what exactly was the answer, because you can't put down everything. There's no way you can do it. Which is why I felt like, you know what, this is good. He's doing it and I'm doing it. We're not going to hit on exactly the same stuff. There'll be some overlap. I tried actually wherever possible, where I remembered on a new tweet when I was doing my tweet thread, I tried actually putting a little timestamp so they'll make it like a little easier to sort of track exactly what point we're at in the trial, what's happening, and hopefully make it a little bit more digestible for people who are trying to follow along what's happening in the trial. And I'll tell you that much of what I typed out, I honestly don't even remember. I'm going to have, when I'm covering this now, I'm going to have to like go through my transcript, and I'm figuring that's going to trigger my memory as to like what I witnessed when I was in there. And I caught most of the morning. I got in there a little late, like 20 minutes late. I caught most of the morning session, and early on, 20 minutes in after I got there, so I got yanked out by a security guard who said, you can't. First, she came over to me. She's like, you have to put your phone away. And I said, why? She's like, are you with the media? And I said, yes. She said, do you have your badge? I said, no, I don't have a badge. Oh, no, then that doesn't count. I'm also a lawyer, an attorney. Oh, you are? Can I see your ID? Sure. Here's my ID. Show my ID. She's like, you can't have your phone here if you're an attorney. So I said, I believe you're mistaken. I think you're wrong. I use my phone in this courtroom all the time. Not that specific room, but I'm saying I use it in court all the time. So I think you're wrong. She's like, well, you can't record anything. So I'm not going to record anything. You can't live stream anything. You can't like nothing. So I won't. She came back. She's like, okay, fine. Okay, fine. And she told the other security guard, I had a whole lengthy talk with them. They were very polite. Very polite. Everyone I dealt with today was very polite. Every one of them. Very polite. Very nice. Okay. That was before lunch. When I came back, so lunch was from like 12:45 till 2:15. When I came back at 2:15, as soon as I pull out my phone, different security guard goes, you can't use electronics in here. I was like, I'm an attorney. Here's my ID. It's like, that doesn't matter. Only media can use electronics in here, not an attorney. Now, I'm sitting there and I'm like, why? He's like, that's just a rule. Only media can use it, not attorneys. I'm like, I don't understand. He's like, look, that's it, buddy. That's the rule. So you can't use your phone in here. So I know, look, I am media. I'm like, I am more people watching me like probably this second than most of them have. Most of the people who have a media badge. But anyway, so I was like, you know what? Let me just go down to the viewing room downstairs and just avoid this whole hassle because I want to watch a trial. I don't want to be sitting here watching this. Well, sure enough, I go downstairs. 5 minutes later, this guy comes to me. He's like, you have to put your phone away. So I said, I'm an attorney. He goes, that doesn't matter. So I go out into the hall to talk to him, and they introduce me to someone. Well, anyway, I started writing a letter. Ultimately, they introduced me to Peter Sorrento. And Peter Sorrento, I don't know if he oversees the security guards or whoever it is, but they introduced me to Peter Sorrento. And I want to be clear here. Every person I dealt with, every single one of them, was very nice and very professional. Nobody was rude to me. Nobody was like, aggressive or anything like that. They were all very nice. Very nice. But they became adamant. They're like, you cannot use your phone in here. So, and this guy, Peter Sorrento, said, you need to talk to Lucian Chalfin, who oversees the press. Said, because Judge Engoron is very, very strict that he doesn't want this being live streamed or recorded by anybody. So I said, I'm an officer of the court. If I get a directive from the court not to record, I'm not going to record. He says, well, we don't know that. So I said, you should know that because I'm an officer of the court. So I'm not going to break court rules. This is a New York State court. I'm admitted to practice in the state of New York. I practice here all the time. I'm not going to be breaking court rules. So he's like, try talking to Chalfin on the third floor. So I'm like, okay, fine. So I go to the third floor. And the third floor is a lot more security because that's the floor that the trial is actually on. That's where Ivanka, that's where Donald was yesterday. That's where Ivanka is. That's where everything is. And I try finding this Chalfin, and no one even knows who he is until I finally find like a higher security guard. And he's like, you can't. And I get the same story over and over again. And I'm like, do you even realize how ridiculous this is? I said, you're basically saying you don't trust that the court is saying you don't trust officers of the court. What does that say? What does that mean? What is that? How can that possibly be? I said, if you don't trust us, if you don't trust the officers of the court, but you trust the media, that's who you're trusting, that they're not going to record anything. They're not going to do anything wrong. Officers of the court, oh, we can't trust them. But the media, that's your really trustworthy source right there. So Mr. Chalfin was not available to talk to me. And he suggested that I write him an email. And that's what I did. I wrote him an email. Because I felt like this is a violation of my freedom of speech. I can't speak to the public. They say you can talk on your phone outside the courtroom, but you can't listen and go in there. It's a violation of my freedom of speech. It's a violation of my rights, my First Amendment rights of freedom of the press. Because I am the press. Even if I had an audience that was 1/100th the size that it is, I'm the press. So I wrote a letter, and I'm going to share that with you now. And after we go through this, I'll start going through the trial and stuff like that. My super chat for $5, Joe. It's part of my $10. How did I miss it? I didn't see it. You threw one earlier. Earlier, I got one from you. Well, I missed it. I don't even know what we're talking about here. What are you talking? I apologize. I don't really see it here. Oh, I wanted to catch this rumble ran from Law School. It says, normally part of the replay squad, Joe, you should join Sean, potentially criminal, as part of the legal perspective on the council on future conflict. So I'm going to share with you, I don't know what the council on future conflict is. I'm not sure what that is, Law School, but thank you. And I'm going to hit you up with one of these because we double the value of rumble rants because I know how hard it is to rant. I know. It's very, very hard. It's very, very hard. They make it almost impossible. So I appreciate the effort and the work. And so I say thank you. Oh, also I had here from fans in my locals, which is goodlogic.locals.com, goodlogic.locals.com, saying, can we get a crossover show with Joe and Colleen Noir on gun training? Remember, Colleen is also a lawyer. I don't know who that is. As you can tell, by the way, I almost certainly butchered his name. But did you see this short clip of Zelensky begging for money? He was on credit. No, I didn't. Is it real? Is it real? Really? Chugi says, Vivek is struggling because the evangelical right doesn't trust him. He might stand a chance in the next 10 years because their influence is waning. Could be. That could be. He's really struggling, though. I mean, the numbers there. He was, the numbers I was looking at, he's at 3%, while Nikki's like at 15, which that's wrong. That's messed up. I mean, I figured she would get the Pence voters, but that's messed up. Chuck Wilson. I'm going to drop this on you. I like gifting 5 Good Logic memberships. Memberships to this show are called followers. They're called followers because this is the following program. They're called followers. It's not a cult, though. It's really not a cult. A lot of people say, "Oh, it's such a cult." It's not a cult type of cult. It's like the furthest thing from like being a culty cult. Really, which is why Damian Blackfire, you welcome to the following. There's no squirrel mutilation. I'm not the leader of the following. This is like a leaderless following. It's crazy. So many people, they stop me on the street and they're like, "Oh, so you're the leader of that following?" No, I am not. I don't know what you're talking about. That's crazy. That's crazy talk. I'm not the leader. I'm not the leader of the following. I'm not. Monkin Train says, like Oppenheimer, Vivek has become death destroyer world's best defense is offense. Yeah, well, best defense is knowing when to not fight. Sometimes discretion is okay. Not every fight is something that we have to prove that we're the best. Sometimes you can be okay with being like, you know what? I'll get away with it. I'll allow it. Nice infringing 1A rights. Nice is overrated. Yeah. Barnes says that the higher courts don't get involved in Trump court cases. It's the end of American experiment as we know it. Thoughts? I agree with you on that. I agree with him on that. Yeah, they're going to have to basically step in here and say that you cannot just go after a former president the way they're going after him. And that the only way for this to actually work, and I feel confident that they will. I feel confident that they will, is for them to basically say, guy needs to be impeached and convicted if you're going to go after him for any acts he takes as president. That's the easiest way for them to knock all this, and I'm confident it'll happen. I agree with that take though. If this is allowed, because it's going to happen to the next president, it's going to happen to the president after that, it's going to happen to every president. You see, that's why they have to step in here and basically say this is the yardstick for what it takes before you can impeach, you can convict a president, criminally convict someone for actions they took while they were president. How can anyone do anything if they have to be worried that, oh my God, some crazy opponent of mine is going to try and throw me in jail 10 seconds after I leave office? So I agree with him totally on that. I got outbid on your hat this weekend on Runkle's stream. I quit at 300, but here's a super chat for you. Sound the horn, Joe. You know what? You bid on my hat. You bid 300 on my hat. It's not at all a cult. You know what the hell you're talking about. Proxy. Thank you for the super sticker, Proxy Loxy. Why are they hiring this trial to lie about it? Yeah, well, it's not just to lie about it, but it's also because if you knew how terrible some of these decisions are, you'd be like, what the hell is happening here? What the heck is happening here? It's always easier to get away with it's always easier to get away with stuff in the darkness. But this is why I basically threatening Mr. Chalfin here that this situation here with them not allowing me to bring electronics in there is something that has to change, or I'm going to make a bigger stink about it, bigger than I'm making tonight, which is actually publicizing it here and now for all of you, because this is astonishing that a court would say we don't trust an officer of the court. And look, I understand that I'm basically saying trust attorneys, and every one of you has been trained, if you're more than 6 years old, to recognize that the last people you ever want to trust is an attorney. But let me point this out. They're trusting the media compared to attorneys. I was very thrilled when I saw Jim Acosta being booed at a rally, that I was like, finally, there's a profession which has less respect for their integrity than attorneys. Less respect for their attorney. And when it comes to, and whatever you think of attorneys, and I recognize it's well earned by members of my profession. Well earned. Well earned. Whatever you think of them, when it comes to respecting the rules of the court in court, they're going to respect it. Because otherwise you're cutting off your own snout. I'm not even saying it's because, I'm not saying that they do it because they're good folks. I'm not saying that they honor it because they're just, they have some high moral caliber. I'm saying that they know enough about self-interest to be like, oh, well, I'm not going to screw with the court. That's my bread and butter there. So they I've never heard of an attorney who disrespects the rules of the court in court intentionally? No. There's no such thing as an attorney who'd be like, oh, I'm going to just start recording this, even though the rules say I can't. No, there's no way it's going to happen. Zero chance. Zero. So why would you have this? And this is what I wrote. I haven't sent it yet. I'm about to hit send. I was planning on having Ron Coleman in here. He's supposed to be popping in here. He said that he was going to be around, like, hopefully at 9:30. Maybe he forgot. It could happen. I haven't sent. I'm about to hit send. We're going to hit send here. So I put the subject: New York court infringement of First Amendment rights of practicing New York attorneys. Dear Mr. Chalfin, my name is Joseph Neerman. I'm an attorney in good standing and licensed to practice law in the state of New York. My registration number is 2974319. If in case you think I gave out something secret there, it's publicly available. You can find it. Like virtually all members of the bar, I take my oath and duties as an officer of the court very seriously. Today, I was trying to figure out how do I break this down in a way that's going to be like not having fall asleep. That's why I put in headings over here. Whoops. Today, my First Amendment rights of freedom of speech and freedom of the press were infringed. I believe that infringement was both improper and illegal. Can I get rid of this? Just make it go away. Stop it. I was told by New York court security that the decision to infringe my rights were within your discretion. This is me explaining to him why I'm writing to him. Media background. So I gave him my attorney background. So let me give him a little bit more about who I am and where I'm coming from. And I made clear, don't worry, I made clear it's not because of my media background that I should be getting any special privileges here. That's not it. I was told, by the way, that my media background, if I want to get a press pass, it's going to take weeks. And I have to like prove like videos. I don't even know whatever. In addition to being an attorney, I'm the host of a YouTube and Rumble channels that are both called Good Lawgic. Collectively, I have over 100,000 subscribers on those channels. On these channels, I said on those, wait, I go from those to these. I don't like the way I worded this. On those channels, I want to take this out. Sure is always better. On these channels, I host a nightly podcast where I discuss news and events of the day with a focus on law, politics, and philosophy. My nightly shows regularly receive 10,000 to 20,000 views. I actually thought about this, and I was like, it's only with Rumble combined that I cross 100,000. And if you look at Rumble views plus YouTube views, I probably crossed, I think I crossed 10,000 most nights, and frequently over 20. Frequently closer to 20. When there's a trial of public interest, I cover them and provide legal analysis because I need to explain to him, why am I here? Why do I care about this so much? Like, why is it relevant to me? So when there's a trial of public interest, I cover them and provide legal analysis while dissecting the law and assessing legal strategies / approaches employed by the attorneys. For example, I daily attended the trial of Ghislaine Maxwell and sat in the viewing room explaining to both my audience between court sessions, because I don't want them to think I was talking to them while trial's happening, and dozens of journalists from every outlet imaginable, the nature and significance of legal arguments presented by each side. Similarly, I reported the Bannon trial in D.C. and spent a full month live streaming the Depp v. Heard trial. I'm doing this, and without this, there's not really a freedom of the press issue. So even though it's not my media that I care about, but I want them to understand how this is a freedom of speech issue and how there are First Amendment issues that are in play here. And you only know that if you know my media background. If I'm just another attorney, there's no freedom of press issue here. Today's incident. This morning, I attended the trial brought by the New York Attorney General against Donald Trump. I sat in viewing room 418 and live tweet snippets from the direct examination of Ivanka Trump to an audience of over 40,000 followers. Shortly after I began, security instructed me that I must put my phone away. I explained that I was a member of the media. They did not accept that claim because I do not have an NYC-issued press badge. I informed them that I was an attorney and showed my attorney ID card. That satisfied them, and they allowed me to continue. After lunch, I returned to room 418. A security guard informed me that, quote, only the press may use electronics and not attorneys. They informed me that the viewing room is an extension of the court. This is what they said, because I was like, this isn't even a courtroom. They say everyone knows that when a trial's going on, you can't record. And I said, hey, that's not really true. And I didn't want to argue on that because that's just going to rock their worlds if I try doing that. But I said, this isn't a court. So they said it's an extension of the court because it's a viewing room. I was like, why am I arguing with security guard? Like, they're just doing what they're told to do. So they informed me the viewing room was an extension of the court, that the rules of Judge Engoron's court extended to viewing rooms, and that he was adamant that there be no recording or streaming of the trial. Rather than argue, I went downstairs to the viewing room available in room 218. Moments after I began tweeting updates about the trial, I should say from 218. From 218, a different security guard directed me to put my phone away. I stepped outside with him and was introduced to Peter Saranto. Oh, I got this wrong. Let's get that. This is why you have to reread your stuff before you send it. I haven't sent it yet. Don't worry. We're going to send it together. You and me. We're going to be sending this out. Mr. Saranto confirmed the claims that the court security staff that the license to use any electronic devices in the courtroom or viewing room was limited to media exclusively. I reminded Mr. Saranto, I keep saying this. It's probably an autocorrect, Mr. Sorrento, that I was an officer of the court and would never breach the court's order about recording the trial or live streaming it. To no avail. Mr. Sorrento directed me to you in room 300. He claimed that you alone had the authority to authorize me to use an electronic device in the viewing room. However, I was unable to see you. Security in the hall by the foyer that leads to room 300 repeated Sorrento's position. They said that you were too busy to talk to me and provided your email address. Finally, they confirmed that without an NYC-issued press badge, I was prohibited from using electronics in any viewing room, irrespective of my status as an officer of the court. And this is where I really have an issue. I have a very significant issue with the fact that they have such blanket disrespect for people who are officially officers of the court, which every attorney in New York is called an officer of the court. You may not have known that, but we are called officers of the court. And they hold us, they made us swear an oath to this, that we're going to uphold that. I don't remember what they made this oath 25 years ago, but they made us swear an oath to this. They trust us on this, and I was like, this is just crazy. This is really crazy. So you think that I'm going to like break his order? When I was dealing with issues a week or so ago, I made it very clear. I was like, New York judge, New York courtroom, whole different set of rules. That's something I submitted to. I promised that, and I'm going to keep my promise. It is noteworthy that I never broke any of the court rules about recording or live streaming. That's not a good way to type that. I followed the rules precisely and would never violate an order issued by a New York judge. No claim was made that I had tried breaking any. What was that? That's not good. You're watching me edit here in real time. No claim was made that I tried breaking any rule issued by the court. Merely, there was a fear that I may decide to break the rules. What is the issue? So this is where I want him to understand that I get where he's coming from. I understand that Judge Engoron has basically said, I'm afraid of anyone recording this. Now, do I agree with Judge Engoron? No. I think that it's wrong. I think it's actually perhaps I think it's fundamentally wrong and un-American. I think it's very un-American. But that is not an issue I can win on, because technically it's his court. He can make rules for his own court. And unless there's some law that he's breaking by issuing these rules, it's his court. It philosophically feels gross and disgusting to me, but it is his court. And in his court, I, as a New York attorney, am obligated to follow those rules. And that's what I will do. The interest of preventing improper disclosure of court proceedings to the public at large in no way justifies permitting government-recognized media. And this is the thing. It's government-recognized media. It's not media's okay. It's government-recognized media. Because somehow CNN, they're real media. But someone who New York City didn't issue a press pass to, that's not media. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. But I can understand philosophically. And I was thinking about this. I was like, look, if they're really afraid about this, let's imagine that there was legitimacy to Judge Engoron's position here, that this should be something that is kept private. I'll give you a classic example, okay? I'll give you a classic example here for a second before I'll come back to my letter here. Let's imagine this was, instead of it being a trial about Trump or whatever, anything that's on national stage, let's say I want to start live streaming a trial of a divorce proceeding, which is basically talking about abuse that some child suffered. You can understand why it's like the society at large would be like, what the hell's wrong with you? It's such an invasion of the privacy, and it's so terrible, it's so wrong. You can understand that there are some trials that there's going to be private issues that are going to come out there that we don't want the press to just go blabbing that to everyone. So there are circumstances where you can understand that, hey, there needs to be a lid on that. And that if you don't have policies in place to stop a realistic concern about there being a breach of that confidentiality, you should anticipate that it will be breached. Now, if they don't have any kind of yardstick at all about media, let's say someone walks in there and and they just say, well, I'm media. You can understand that, like, basically everyone will claim that they're media, and many of them might just be awful people who aren't really media and basically looking to just embarrass someone and publish it out and do things in a terrible way. So while I disagree with this philosophy, certainly when it's being applied to this case, I can understand that if a judge is going to issue a ruling saying, I don't want the public to know about what's happening here, that there is a duty for people to respect that, and it's logical for them to apply a yardstick to ensure that that objective is met. That's logical. That's logical. So while I might hate everything about it and the fact that it's only government media that's recognized, I can understand that there's a logic to it that makes sense. So even if I disagree with it, it does comport with meeting the objective. It's almost like the Supreme Court would use a rational reason test, a rational basis test. Like, is this law, is this regulation, does it fit with actually meeting, you have an objective? Does this rule that the state passed, does it meet that objective? And you can understand that, okay, look, I don't really like anything about this, but at least it's meeting the objective. My point here is that the interest of preventing improper disclosure of court proceedings to the public at large, meaning your whole goal that you don't want this disclosed to the public at large, in no way justifies permitting government-recognized media to use electronics in the courtroom while restricting New York admitted attorneys from a grant of an automatic identical license. What I'm saying here is, look, there's no logic. Just because you have this interest, that doesn't explain why you would allow the media to have electronics in there, but not allow attorneys in there. There's nothing in your objective would explain why you have a distinction here that media has more privileges than a New York attorney. While I disagree, and I sort of go on a little tangent here, while I disagree in principle with the court's rule restricting viewer access from the public at large, that is not my issue in this correspondence. Meaning, I'm like, look, I don't like this rule in general, but I want to make clear to him that even though I don't like this rule, I still will observe it. I'm still going to honor it. The judge's decision on this matter is final, determinative, and beyond your purview, meaning you don't even have even if you wanted to change his mind on that, you don't have any authority there. Unless he amends that order, is overruled by a higher court, the rule governs us all. As an officer of the court, I will always recognize and uphold law, whether or not I philosophically agree with the prescription. And that is the way you spell prescription in this context. It means prohibition in this context, not prescription like when you go to a doctor. The court's decision to limit public access to in-person attendance, meaning that the only people who can access this is people who are actually in there attending, necessitates limiting who can use electronic devices in a viewing room to those persons trusted by the court to follow its rules. I want to bold this because that's the key. Those persons trusted by the court to follow its rules. I'm going to bold that. Those persons. It is astonishing to believe that New York committee attorneys are not automatically, I'm going to say classified. Automatically classified as trusted. Let's put it as trusted by the court to follow court rules inside the courtroom. I and my fellow practitioners are each officers of the court. The court engages in self-disparagement, and this is the point that I was making, which I don't think they really thought about. I'm pretty sure that no one thought about this, which is you're actually embarrassing yourself when you pass a rule like this. You, Judge Engoron, are embarrassing yourself. The court is embarrassing itself when they say that court attorneys cannot be trusted, that New York admitted attorneys cannot be trusted to follow court rules. The court engages in self-disparagement when it issues an order that says, we trust the media to follow the judge's rules. We just do not trust New York attorneys to uphold rules of the court. A court does not inspire public confidence in our judiciary when it wrongly impugns officers of the court as being a threat to breach rules prohibiting recording or live streaming court activity. Because that's basically what they're saying. Why don't I want you to have electronics in there, Joe? I don't trust you. I think you're going to break the rules. I think you're going to live stream. I think you're going to record it. That's the only reason that they would pass this. That's the only reason they would restrict it. That's the only reason that they would justify infringing my First Amendment rights. Is they're basically saying, we can't trust you. Same way some person off the street comes in there, we can't trust them. We can't trust you just because you're an attorney. It's like, what are you kidding me? How are you saying you're not trusting any? How do we not have a blanket trust? I do not know if the decision that the press is more trustworthy than officers of the court in upholding court rules was made by you or another court employee. Perhaps it was made by Judge Engelron. I'm urging whomever issued this policy to please revisit and reconsider the disgraceful implications of that wholly unnecessary distinction. When it comes to respecting the rules of a New York court inside the courtroom, New York attorneys are incredibly trustworthy. I said, look, I would never say that attorneys in general are incredibly trustworthy. I don't think that's true. Unfortunately, the reality is I don't think that's true. But when it comes to upholding the rules of the court inside a courtroom, yes, it is true. It remains a rare day indeed to see any New York attorney ever willfully violate any rule of the court inside a New York courtroom. That applies to me as well as all of my brethren in legal practice. Kindly grant license to all officers of the court, irrespective of their media credentials or lack thereof, to use electronic devices inside viewing rooms for this trial. First Amendment violations. Despite my 24 years of good standing as a member of the bar of the state of New York, today I was viewed as a threat to the sanctity of New York court rules, that's basically what they were saying. They're like, Joe, you're a threat. We can't let you have your phone in there because we don't know what you're going to do if we allow you to have your phone in there. That purported threat. Extra space in there. Is that why I have yeah. I don't want to comment. That purported threat was used to justify infringing on my rights of free speech and inhibiting my rights/abilities to publicize this trial within the framework that was permitted by the court. I will not silently accept continued wrongful infringement of my fundamental rights. I intend to return to court on Monday, November 13th. Should be a comment after Monday there. I am hopeful that any restrictions on New York attorneys that exceed those applied to the press are eradicated by that time. Meaning, you got a couple days. Fix your ship. I commend New York court security. Every man and woman in today's encounter acted with complete professionalism. They were polite and courteous while they remained firm. I too intend to remain polite and courteous. I too intend to remain firm. I thank you for your anticipated cooperation and courtesy of a prompt reply, Joe Neerman. So there you go. There you go. I should put my phone number in here. I'm going to put my phone number in here, but I'm definitely not putting that on the internet. So give me 1 second here. Stupid. One born yesterday. Born yesterday. 3. And now we press. Now we come in here and we hit send. And there you go. There you go. It's on its way. Oh, I intend to follow up on this and let you know how this story develops further. But no, I did leave after this. My phone was like losing power, and I was like, I'm not sitting here writing, and I'm just not writing now. I also wanted to write that letter, and I'm not going to kid you. It took me like over an hour to write that letter. So there you go. Fighting for First Amendment rights. I bet if you signed the judge's high school alumni newsletter, he'd let you alone. I put the link to Zelensky begging for credit in locals chat, like a 15-second clip. All right, now you know how to sell it. Dude, you know how to sell. You tell me it's a 15-second funny clip. How am I going to say no to that? How can anyone say no to that? No one can say no to that. No one can say no to that. That's it. Here it is. Let's see what we got here.
If you can't give us some financial support, okay, please give us a credit and we will give you back money. If you can't give us...
Oh my God. Oh my God. How humiliating. My God. What a mess the planet we're on here. Inner City Press is a New York bar and can help you with press and courts. Viva and Barnes have his contact since they had it on a show. I sat with Inner City Press today. I have his phone number. It's right here on my phone. Look, I'm going to be applying for press credentials, but they told me it's going to take me weeks to get it, which means I missed the rest of the trial. Yo, Joe, y'all smash that like. Yo, I need to stop by your show. He keeps inviting me to stop by on Sundays. Why do you have to do it during the witching hour of like the 4:00 football NFL games? Why 6 p.m. on a Sunday? Oh my God. Please, a little, I mean, what? Why would you do that to me? I really want to stop by. I love hanging with you. I have to have you on here soon. It's been a while. Hey, Joe, you have a bad comma in that email. Rather than argue, love from Minnesota. Did I really do that? Well, it's too late now. I thought I took it out. Don't send it, Joe. You're right, but their boss is a psycho that can't change a rule, and your Karen letter won't change it. It's not a Karen letter. I'm pointing out to them how stupid it is, how it's actually bad for the courts. It's bad for the court. I need one moment. I apologize. Now we're back. All right. Monkey Train says, given the behavior of lower courts and laziness of higher, what gives you faith that they'll get involved? The more I hear, less faith I have. It's not a matter of low. Oh, you're saying as far as the Supreme Court and them overturning it? The reason I have this faith is because I think that people end up working consistent with how they work in the past. That's why I have faith. I don't believe that there's I'm not trusting in people changing their nature. And I think betting against the Supreme Court issuing this is betting against the nature that we have seen over and over again from this court. What do I mean by that? Well, there are three wings to the Supreme Court. One wing of the Supreme Court is the left, which is Kagan Sotomayor and KBJ, Ketanji Brown Jackson. They're going to basically say, screw Trump and deny any relief. They're gone. Okay. 3 votes against him. Then you have the conservatives who I'm sure recognize how these courts have twisted themselves, say, no, this now becomes a crime because and they're going to still see through that. So that's Alito, Thomas, Gorsuch. That's those 3. Who are the other 3? Chief Justice Roberts, Kavanaugh, and Barrett. What have we seen from these 3 individuals? What have we seen from them? We have seen that they are very, 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 very firm believers in being neocons. That's what we've seen from them. Do neocons like Trump? No. No, they do not. But they are intelligent neocons. Intelligent neocons. Not stupid neocons, intelligent neocons. What do intelligent neocons actually believe in? What do they believe in? What they believe in is that America's institutions are its backbone. Our institutions are the backbone of America. Our government is good and trustworthy in general. When we go to war, it's for good reasons and justifiable. We have to trust in the president. We're going to give the whole idea of giving the president these broad powers. So we're trusting that the president is looking out for the best interest of America. When we're going to trust in, it's very important for Americans to believe in our health systems. So whatever it is that our health systems say we should do, even if it's sort of bending the Constitution a little bit, it's good. It's good for us to trust in these institutions. It's good for Americans to trust in that. It's not really something that the Constitution allows, but we'll just extend this stuff out and find a way to sort of twist things and read things that way, because that's what's good for American institutions. So they believe in our education system. They believe in our health systems. They believe in that America is better off if we don't let things get corrupted. Or at least we could pretend that there's no such thing as corruption. Americans are not good at dealing with bad news, so let's not give them any of that either. An institutionalist like Roberts, like Barrett, like Kavanaugh, even though Trump nominated 2 out of 3 of them and put them on the Supreme Court, I don't think they like Trump very much. But these are not stupid justices. They are intelligent. And anyone would see what Robert Barnes has called out, which is, if we don't have a yardstick that governs some crazy prosecuting attorney as to what has to happen for them to prosecute a former president for his actions and make that very high bar, a very difficult bar, we are going to see this happen to every president, and our country will turn into a banana republic. So I think these institutionalists will see exactly what Robert Barnes has seen, which is America can't function this way. Cannot function where every president is going to be sitting there afraid that somebody from the other side of the aisle is going to get mad at them and try and throw them in jail as soon as they leave office. And the only way to do that is if you say, look, we can only be charged with a criminal offense if you actually get impeached, and we see how impeachment has been cheapened, and convicted by the Senate. And this way, if some president down the road, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years from now, does something really crazy, and he'll get impeached and he'll get convicted, and then he can go to jail and be charged criminally. And there's confidence that they have that despite how crazy it is and despite how much rhetoric there is, that if there is, that at a certain point, everyone will come to recognition as to like, okay, this is something we have, even though we're from his party, we got to throw him out. I mean, this guy just tried shooting up Congress. I mean, think of this for a second, okay? Imagine instead of doing what he did, Donald Trump actually led that charge on January 6th with a machine gun. Do you think he would have been impeached? Yeah. Convicted? Yeah. I think it would have been unanimous or nearly unanimous. There's a certain step, and then he would have and should have been criminally charged. Right? If he did something like really crazy. Not what the left likes to call crazy. The reason he wasn't convicted is because something that the left is just pretending is crazy, even though there was nothing really happening there. But if he actually literally did something crazy, he would have been impeached, he would have been convicted, and then he could be criminally charged for that activity and say, what the heck were you thinking when you marched into the Capitol with a semi-automatic? Right? And I think that these institutions will be like, yeah, okay, so you know what, that's a pretty good line. If someone gets so crazy in the way they conduct themselves as in their position of authority that they actually get convicted, that's a good yardstick for when they should be charged criminally. But anything short of that makes it impossible to be a leader. Impossible. And I think that these institutions will recognize that it's impossible for anyone to be a leader of our country if they have to worry that any decision they make, any statement that they make, anything is going to be twisted by the other side. And all of a sudden, oh, some person on the opposite side of the aisle is just going to start hunting to throw you in prison. And it's an embarrassment to the country. It's an embarrassment to the country to have all these charges coming up also. Because, you know, people outside on the other side of the world, they're like, well, you really got such a criminal in office? And the whole thing is just, it's humiliating. And that's why I don't think these institutionalists are going to stand for it. So I'm very confident that that institutionalists will be institutionalizing and basically saying this is the yardstick for someone to be charged criminally. A president. That's why I'm confident. No chat GPT for the letter. Great at legal citations. No, I'm not citing legal citations. I was just making I was making my point. That this is kind of crazy. If Russia conquered, besides ChatGPT, every time I tried using ChatGPT for citations, they literally would cite cases that did not exist. Or once in a while, I'll be like, they'll cite a case that exists and says nothing along the lines of what they're claiming. It's like I was once trying to find like something like, you know, about like a quasi assent on consideration, and they cite this case, and it's like admiralty law, and like this has nothing to do with contract. Like, what are you talking about? This like it's not even like related. Not even related. I'm like, the ChatGPT is terrible citation. Maybe they got better. I haven't looked at it a year and a half ago, but it was brutal. It was like some drunk kid and some drunk high school kid trying to cite things. If Russia conquers Ukraine, does Russia assume Ukraine's debt? No. Giving Ukraine credit might be a good investment. I don't think that's true. I have little to give this month, but here, oh, Liz Bots, you're too kind. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very, very much. All right. So that's my fight for First Amendment rights, my own personal First Amendment rights. But I wasn't fighting exclusively for me. If I was fighting exclusively for me, I would have been demanding that they recognize my media credentials and issue me something immediately. Quite the contrary. I think it's really wrong. I think it's humiliating to my entire profession that a court is implying we don't trust lawyers to follow our rules. That's kind of crazy. It's insanity. And that's the only justification for trying to silence my First Amendment rights. Yeah, I guess it'd be kind of crazy if he did that. It would be kind of crazy if he did that. All right. Let me get in on what happened with Ivanka today, because honestly, I don't remember what I wrote. I was writing so fast. Okay, where are you? What the heck is happening here? Branka, are you out there, Branka? This is what Branka's doing. My latest work, mirror image. I don't know what the heck is happening here. Well, that was, oh, it was a joke. Okay. Okay. Where am I at here? All right, let me find my thread. All right, this is how it started. That's what he was making fun of. Ivanka on the stand, let's go. Let's go. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to try and jump back and forth to Inner City Press if I can find his thread. Let me see if I can find that. He started a little before me. Give me a second. Let me try and find it here. See what he got. Maybe he got stuff different than me. I don't know. Maybe he did. I'm going to compare and contrast his work to mine. I have a feeling he did better at it because he's been doing it for a long time and I was trying for the first time ever. I'm sure he's probably better at it. But I figure I'll probably hit on some things that he'll miss. X.com. Search. There we go. Matthew Lee. Nope. Nope. All right, we'll start with him. Speaking of Twitter, did you know we can't message you on Twitter unless we have a blue check? Was that on purpose? Because I doubt most of us have one. That cannot be. I get messaged by people who don't have a blue check. I don't think that's true. Joe, what about you? Florida's safer now. I'd love to have you here. Well, you sent it twice. So I'm going to give you a show for that. I didn't mean to. Very thoughtful of you, Lily. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do. I can't move out of here now. I can't move out of here now. But, and I don't know that Florida would be necessarily any safer. Okay, so this is what we'll start with Inner City Press and probably finish with him as well. I'm going to go through as quickly as I can. Okay, now Ivanka Trump on the witness stand in the New York AG trial. Inner City Press live tweeted. Here we go. Here we go. New York AG lawyer, are you familiar with GAP? Ivanka Trump, yes. Have you performed work for the Trump Organization since 2017? I don't believe so, no. Have you had an interest in the DC Post Office project? That's the name of their company, is the DC Post Office. They also have one called Old Post Office, LLC. I don't know what the origin of that name is. It's a very strange thing. Yes, she has. Between 2017 to the present, have you received any payments from the Trump Organization other than the Old Post Office? No. Are you familiar with Deutsche Bank? Yes, they lent to the Chicago project. That's the Trump Tower in Chicago. Did there come a time you were introduced to someone from the private wealth business of Deutsche Bank? Yes. Was it Rosemarie Vrabelik? Yes. Who introduced you? My husband, Jared. On Doral, was it the Trump intention to renovate it if financing was obtained? It was our intention to renovate it. Regardless, we believed in its potential. Our goal was to reposition it as a luxury golf resort in South Florida. She really, by the way, I had a poll on here. Like, do you think that Ivanka is intelligent? And I had like brilliant, above average, below average, or airhead, which most people put her down as being intelligent. I haven't looked at my poll in a while. I should pull that up. Let me see how my poll went. I'll tell you this much. She's a businesswoman. She knows what the hell she's talking about. She's not some figurehead. Like, it was obvious on the stand there when she was walking through and talking about all these different records and numbers. She was saying things like, I don't know what she's talking about. Like, she's clearly had considerable training in the business markets, and she sounded very intelligent and very poised. She was not rattled. In fact, if anything, at certain points she was sort of like laughing. And she actually, the judge loved her. Everyone in the room was fawning on her. So quite contrasted from the way everyone looks at Trump, is everyone fawns on her. And you know what? Look, She's intelligent. She seems like she's a sweet woman. So it's not surprising. Not surprising. And she has a certain grace to her, and she carries herself well. Under out was it Trump's intention to renovate? Yes. So she said, all right, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1266. It's your email saying Beal Bank. My father will send you his financial statement. Do you see that? Yes. Are you aware of any relationship between Beal Bank and CSG Investments? She keeps saying an acronym when she really means acronym. The acronym sounds familiar. Let me show you an email from CSG, also based in Plano, Texas. Objection, relevance. This objection, relevance comes up a lot. A lot. Overruled, it's in evidence. Here's Steve Harvey of CSG, says he spoke with you. Do you have any reason to disbelieve that? No. There's a lot of people who, by the way, say they spoke to us like, it makes sense. I don't remember it, but it makes sense. It's probably happened. I don't know. So I don't remember. They're asking her stuff from 2011. 2011. Like, what the heck do you remember from 2011? A lot of things has happened since 2011. That was Barack's first term, 2011. It says LIBOR plus 5.5%. Here's another email chain, you and Enrique. Plaintiff's Exhibit 3243, an email chain with you and Ronnie Levine. I actually spoke to Tom Harrison at Colony. Do you remember that? Colony was going to be our partner. We spoke about the old post office. Another exhibit, an email from Ronnie Levine to you. November 7, 2011. That's what it says. We offer this into evidence. Objection, statute of limitations. It was constantly a statute of limitations because why are you introducing evidence from 2011 that's talking about the crime, talking about what he did in 2011? The judges recognize that anything that happened in 2011 is beyond statute of limitations. He's trying to go after them for new things that happened in 2016, 2017. And the philosophy behind this is something that they spent a lot of time arguing about near the end of the morning session, which I'm going to cover in mine. And I assume he covers that somewhat also. Thank you. Thank you. You gotta know how to work it. You're in your 20s in Jerusalem. Well, all right. This is there's no jury, so there's no prejudice. That's not the point. That's not the point. Why are you wasting our time? John, anyway, this is arguably relevant to the injunctive relief the plaintiff has requested. Exhibit is admitted into evidence. Mr. Levine tells you he's spoken with a wide variety of lenders and the chart about Deutsche Bank. Did you and Donald Trump speak with Richard Byrne of Deutsche Bank Securities? She says, you showed me a letter when we last together, but beyond that, I don't remember it. This happened a few times also. She's like, I know you showed me this because she had a deposition a year and a half ago. She's like, I know you showed me something a year and a half ago, but I don't really remember it myself. He says, here's the November 15, 2011 letter. Here's your email to Mr. Byrne. We offer this into evidence. Trump's lawyer objections, statute of limitations, relevance, overruled on both grounds. Here's Deutsche Bank's summary of indicative terms. Here's your email from Deutsche Bank's Rosemary Vrablik saying, my father and I are very much looking forward to meeting with you tomorrow to discuss Doral. We offer into evidence. Objection, overruled. Like, who cares about this? Like, what are we getting out of it? What is anyone getting out of this? Now we enter into evidence's email about the summary of terms to the proposed acquisition of the Doral Resort. Objection, it's in. NYAG lawyer, you got this email from Ms. Vrablik. You forwarded to Mr. Weisselberg and wrote, it doesn't get any better than this. So this part I was here for. I was here for this. Let me get this. So I said, email refers to me with you, Ms. Viable. It's Ms. Vrablik. He got that right. And DJ too. Do you remember this meeting? See, this is a different thing that I'm focusing on than what Matthew is focusing on. She said, I don't recall this meeting. December 15, 2011, do you recall receiving proposal from a loan from Ms. Vrablik? Eventually I'll get it right. Eventually I get the name right. I'm not sure if I do. I think I heard Vrabler the entire time. I recall receiving high level terms, but not these. Meaning what she was saying here is, I remember that I got something from her. I don't remember that it was this specifically. Offering into evidence, relevance of when terms she was offered, admitted. New York NG reads off terms in Deutsche Bank. Why are the terms different from the original term sheet? And that's when I said the security hassled me. This is the first time they hassled me about using a phone, not being impressed. So I missed the answer. Next 10 minutes testimony. And at that point, I thought it was fixed because they were like, oh, okay, fine, you're a lawyer, we'll let you do it. It's pretty funny looking back on this in retrospect. 10:55. Your reaction to proposal email. It doesn't get better than this. I knew I heard that. Does that refresh your recollection? So she gave a very long, detailed answer about changes in terms and why there were changes in terms. And the lawyer goes, it was a yes or no question, meaning, and he actually said move to strike as non-responsive. And the judge says, well, I took it as a yes, so I think that was responsive. This is how the judge was like, basically like, and you look really pretty today. Also, Miss Kushner. He seems to really like her. Then 10:58, showing new email of Donald J. Trump claiming net worth of $4 billion. Were you aware that this time Trump representing his net worth is only $4 billion? No. What she was basically saying, she's like, no, I didn't know that he made such a representation. She didn't know of any representations that he made. And this is something that she's going to basically try to make clear throughout. She's like, what he does and he goes off and he does, that's not what I do. I'm trying to run a business. But a lot of questions are asked about what he did personally. And she's like, he never talked to me about his personal money. He never talked to me about that sort of stuff. He had me run the business. But as far as what his personal net worth was, no, I don't know anything about that stuff. Arizona has open and concealed carry without a permit. Just saying. That is nice to know. That's good information. It's valuable information. Joe, did you get my Twitter message a few weeks back? I had to get a blue check to send it, but then they bounced back my verification. I don't remember. I think I did see something from you, but I don't remember. Why would you need? I don't understand. I think I have a vague recollection that someone else told me that you need a blue check mark, but then I saw people sending stuff to me that don't have a blue check mark. So I don't know. DC Old Post Office property leased to Trump in 2013 by the GSA to Trump International Hotel Washington in DC to 2016, sold to Hilton in 2022. Now the Waldorf Astoria of DC. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for that background there. I don't know enough about Trump properties. Everyone likes Ivanka. It's a beauty privilege. That's part of it. Although I think some people think she's an airhead because she's pretty. It's possible. But she's definitely not an airhead. That's pretty certain. The new email says attached is our draft letter to LOI. Is LOI letter of intent? Yes. What happened now? Why did I lose this? There's so much more that I did. This is 11:02. What happened here? Oh, so this is a thing that I struggled with when I was trying to do this, trying to create add-on to my post, which is that they would, on my app, it would sort of bounce me back out of the thread, and then it would take a while for it to upload. It was getting very annoying doing that. I think I might have had to start a second thread here. Let me see if I got that here. It's 10:40, 10:50, 10:50. Oh, gosh. I know I had a lot more tweets on this. Back. That's scary. Oh, here it is. Is this it? Oh, it's really get difficult sometimes. This is 12 o'clock. This is why it's a good thing that I put in time. So here we go. Does that refresh your recollection? Detailed answer about changes in terms. It was yes or no. Judge said I took it as a yes. Haba said, Your Honor, she's no longer a defendant here, so she's not subject to questions on everything in this case. Judge says the basis for her appearance is set as a minimum, but does not limit what she can be questioned about. Objection overruled. This was, and Kai says, again, I reserve objection. All corporate subpoenas are limited on nature of testimony. This is a very interesting question. So the question that they're addressing is this. They put in here, and they say, we're subpoenaing you. We're making an obligation for you to come in here. my God, this is such. Why is Twitter being so difficult for me? Now I'm having the same issue. I just lost everything again. God, it's so annoying. 1040. Why did I do it like this? The interesting question is the following. When you get issued a subpoena, you're told in the subpoena what you're supposed to be testifying about. So they told her they were going to ask her about her work working for the corporations of Trump. At one point, she was named as a defendant in this action, but it got dismissed as to her and her brothers. So they're no longer part of this. If she was a defendant, they can question her about anything. In a civil suit, you can call a defendant to the stand and you can force them to answer whatever questions you want, as long as they're remotely related to anything having to do with what the case is about. When they're not a defendant and they have to be subpoenaed, the point is now you're being directed what you're going to we're directing you what we're going to ask you about. So they said what Kais, the attorney for Trump, said was when the AG issued a subpoena to Ivanka telling her to come down here, they said they're going to question her about her work as a controller of Trump organization. And now you're asking her all these other different questions which are unrelated to that. That should be beyond the scope of the subpoena and something that she's not required to answer. Judge Engelrun seemed to struggle with this. It was very... At first, he's like, that's an interesting legal question. I was like, yeah, it is an interesting legal question. Can they ask about that? And he's like, I think that when she's here, that's the minimum. This doesn't even make sense what he said. That's the minimum. But you can ask about once she's here already. Well, what was that minimum for? Then why are you putting anything down? Just subpoena. Why would you have to put anything down if it's not a maximum? He's like, it's not a maximum. Once she's here, you can ask about anything. Well, if that's the case, then why would there be a requirement to put down anything, Judge? I don't understand that. What's the philosophy that says that you're going to tell her what she's testifying about if once she's in there, you can ask her what she had for breakfast this morning? Like what's the objective in that? What, to establish that there's a good faith basis to have her want to come down? For who? What's the point? I don't understand anything about it. Doesn't make any sense to me. And Kais responded by saying, that's just not the way things work. That's not the way things work. That's not how any of this works. That's not how any of this works. There's plenty of times where we see that someone is subpoenaed to answer on behalf of a corporation, and that's all you can ask them about. You can't start asking them about if they ever had dinner with Hugh Jackman. Start asking about it. It's like you're limited based on what's in the subpoena. I mean, that happens all the time. So he's like, what are you talking about? That once they're in here, they're in here. That doesn't make no sense. Let me see if I can find this here. That's so annoying. Is it 10:55, 10:58? Oh my God, that's annoying. No, I can't find it. I can't find the rest of that. What I was just reading a minute ago. Okay, now I found it. Now I found it. Oh, and I even put it in here. That's pretty funny. I forgot I wrote this. I put in here an editor note. The last section is an interesting legal issue. I'll try to revisit it later. So there, consider it revisited. 11:10. Offer the document to evidence. Objections, statute of limitations, relevance overruled. NYAG brings a new doc. They kept bringing one document after another after another, and few of them seem to really land as far as being significant. Put screenshots on locals on the X messages issue. Oh, you did? I think I have it sorted. But thank you. If I have an issue with it, I'll go back to locals. Let's check out Inner City Press. So he said we have a standing objection to making strings of emails and not sent. Judge Engeron says the underlying objection is overruled. This is their document. Now they say it's not reliable. Trump lawyer Haba. It's that it wasn't sent. You didn't realize that until now. Fine. But Engeron says let's move on. This is refresh recollection as thought as it was good offer from Deutsche Bank. Well, we ended up doing the deal with Deutsche. It's a yes or no question. We ended up doing a slightly different deal, but the email says what it says. See, he heard it different. I heard it as the judge saying that's a yes. I was a yes, and that was the lawyer who said it's yes, no question, and the judge standing up for her. Matthew Lee heard it as that could have just been a yes. Here's a Donald Trump statement of finances net worth $4.597 billion. Were you aware? No. Did you propose different terms, Deutsche Bank? As I said earlier, I think the deal we did have a different rate, so there must have been subsequent discussions. Again, they're going back to 2011. She's like, I don't remember the discussions, but we had a different deal ultimately. This is from Tom Sullivan, a lawyer at Deutsche Bank, Ivanka Trump. I really don't remember Tom. I don't remember this email. She was summoned about the OPO, the old post office loans. And he says the law is entitled to all evidence. She's emailing about the terms of loans, a critical issue in this case. She's no longer a defendant in this case, so you can't do this. Judge says overruled. This is what I also know when Haba spoke up. She doesn't speak very often, Haba. We offer Plaintiff's Exhibit 352, objection overruled. An email to you from Mr. Vrablik. It's actually Ms. Vrablik. February 16, 2016. Did you receive it? Ivanka says, just give me a moment to read it. Does this refresh your recollection? You were seeking a loan on behalf of Donald Trump. No. You wrote an unsecured loan would not require an appraisal. Do you remember? No. Trump lawyer objection overruled. Here's Rosemary Vrablik's email to you saying, we are disappointed that the bank couldn't make the exception in this case. Do you recall? No. Do you recall leasing an apartment in Trump Park Avenue? Yes. All right, let me see where I'm at here. So this is what I ended up picking up during this time. I'm not even sure. See, he doesn't have timing on it, which makes it harder to know. Second Amendment to lease 502 Park Avenue. Do you recognize it? I see it. Between 2011 and prior to departure in 2017, were you aware Donald Trump had financial statements? Of course he had them. I'm not involved in his personal statements other than what you've shown me. So this, I have a lot more here that he didn't have here. This is why you need to follow both of us if you really want to catch more and more snippets of it, because there's no way one person can get all this stuff down. Because I thought it was interesting that she was being asked, did you recall questions by Deutsche Bank about purpose of loan? No, I don't. I don't think that happened. Then a new document from 4816. Do you recall seeing this email? No. Any reason to believe you didn't receive it? No. This happened over and over again. I don't remember it. Any reason for you to believe that it's not true? No. Offering to evidence. This was something that to me was hilarious. The judge says when the AG offered something into evidence, so every time defense counsel would say objection, statute of limitations, relevance, hearsay. This time it was offered to evidence, and the judge goes, it's within the statute of limitations. I think it's relevant. Overruled. Oh, there's no objection. Like he's so like everything's in. It's like that. It's like, of course, overruled. It's like this is the mindset of the judge. Whatever Trump's lawyers say, whatever objections they make, overruled. Overruled. You didn't even make an objection. I'm still overruling you. It's crazy. It's crazy what's happening here. Agreement which gave option to purchase building for $14 million. Do you recall that option? I do. $14 million sounds correct. Do you know if Donald Trump had personal financial statements? Yes, but was not aware of what they say are creating them. He did that. It did that with accounts. Did you have any involvement in the creation of his personal financial statement? I was not, as far as I was aware, which I thought was an interesting way of phrasing it. She's like, look, maybe I was involved in it without realizing it, but as far as I was aware, I didn't know I was involved in. I didn't help in creating them. Which to me was the reason I thought this is an important point is because I'm like, She's basically saying, you're going to question me all about his financials and that you don't like what's in his financials. I had nothing to do with creating that. Ultimately, it was accountants. Then it was a 15-minute break till 11:40. Then they come back to the Trump Hotel Tower in Chicago. Did there come a time refinance? So this is where I actually met Matthew Lee, if you're wondering. And then I moved up. I was sitting 2 rows behind him. I moved up and I sat during the break because someone left. And I was basically hanging out with him for the next hour and a half. Or the next hour. Trump Hotel Tower in Chicago. Did there come a time you refinanced? Yes. To reach out to the CSG investments for that? I don't recall. Shown exhibit an email from Turner of CSG offering terms. Do you recall this email? No. Any reason you think it's inaccurate? No. Next document. From Ivanka to Jared and Goodman from Deutsche Bank. I don't remember Mr. Goodman. Next exhibit from Emily Schroeder to Ivanka offering financing for Chicago property. Who's Emily Schroeder? I remember working with her. Do you remember this email? No. Offering evidence, objection, statute of limitations, relevant. It was very repetitive. I'm not going to kid you. It was kind of boring. The most interesting for me as a lawyer, because it was one document after another, none of which really seemed to be like, oh, that's very compelling. Oh my gosh, now they're screwed. Oh, now there's. It was like one document after another that was in an email. There were different email chains, and they were basically using her as an opportunity to get these documents in. And this is one of the things that I had up here. Let me see where I have it here. Where they start having an argument. 11:55. New document email chain between Ivanka of Vrabel of Deutsche Bank. I don't remember this, but I see it in the email. And you respond, you're the best, and ask for clarification. You see that? I do. Offer, submit, object. This is 11:56. Where is it? Oh. Come on, where is it? There it is. Okay. Now, the Chicago thing, I think what ended up happening is I think I ended up going into my own comments instead of creating the thread. I don't know how to keep that straight. I'm gonna try and figure this out though. So 12:05. So Trump's lawyer is Kais. Kais says, "Is there a point where we're no longer relevant?" Because he kept admitting everything, saying objection, relevance here. Saying he's like, is there any yardstick for something that's too far beyond relevance? Because he already said an hour earlier. What did the judge say? Judge goes, I'm not worried about there being any prejudice, even though it's outside of statute of limitations, because I'm a judge. A jury, you have to worry about the jury is not going to like realize to exclude it. But I'm a judge. I'm not going to end up being tainted because of this. I'm beyond taint. So, and then Kais is like, we've been here all freaking morning looking at emails from 2011. And he's like, is there a point where we are no longer relevant? We're talking about 2011 and docs that clearly have nothing to do with issues at hand. So the judge said, Mr. Solomon, this is the AG. Do you want to discuss this outside our presence? NYAG says yes. So they sent her out. And when they sent her out, he goes, let me explain why I overruled. To me, these recertifications year after year show a violation. And they got into a very interesting philosophical discussion here. He said, if they can, so Kai says, if they show why he's certifying in 2011 was fraudulent, that could theoretically validate. It is implausible to say that actions by Trump in 2016, 2017, 2018 could in any way have an impact on decisions made by the bankers in 2011. In other words, you want to claim that he's defrauding the bank with what he submitted in 2011. How can his actions, and that he's influencing the bank by tricking them, how could his actions in 2016 have an impact on a decision they made back in 2011? He actually goes, the die is already cast. How is it that he's having any influence? Why are we looking at this and stuff from 2016 and 2017? Why are you looking at that to try bringing up as far as what happened in 2011? And the judge said, I agree with that. However, some of these loans require, as a condition of the loan, that certain things be certified in the future. Are those not at issue, Mr. Solomon? He goes, oh, yeah, those are totally at issue, Your Honor. Of course they are. This is rule one of being a litigator. Judge says something that sounds good for you and asks you to back him up. Double thumbs up, Your Honor. That's exactly what's happening here. That's what you do. They obtain a lower rate because of his misrepresentations. The AG is saying he makes these misrepresentations year after year. If he doesn't keep making these misrepresentations about his value, his net worth, or the value of these properties, they would jack up the rates. So he's benefiting from it by having lower interest rates by defrauding them in 2015, 2016, 2017. That's the claim that's being made here by the AG. Sakai says he's making my point for me. The initial loan is well beyond the statute of limitations. To the extent he could continue getting those rates in later years, it has nothing to do with the initial loans. The die was cast when the loan was issued in 2011. I agree with that. The judges kind of. Then, Sakai says they're heading towards arguing, and he actually goes, let's call a spade a spade. Let's call a spade a spade. Where the AG is going is they're heading toward arguing that these loans should be disgorged because of actions in 2016. And by the way, it's not just disgorging. Do you know what relief they're getting? Which is something Matthew Lee mentioned to me that I was like, really? Now that you say that, I had forgotten about this. This is why this is significant. The AG's case is significant. It's not simply about embarrassing him. It's not simply about the money. The reason it's significant is they want to have an order issued barring Trump from doing business in the state of New York based on the fraud that he's committed. Crazy. I mean, crazy. I mean, that's what they're looking to do. They're looking to say that the punishment should be that he should not be allowed to do business in the state of New York. That's mind-blowing to me. That is absolutely mind-blowing. No, you can't do business here anymore. I don't know what the heck is happening. Yeah. So this is not a criminal procedure. They just want to stop him from being able to do business in the state of New York. I think that might actually affect his ability to run, but I don't know. I don't know. So he said that somehow reflects on. So the head towards the argument these loans should be disgorged because of action 2016 for Trump's reported failure to comply with certification. That somehow reflects on an argument signed in 2011. That cannot possibly be logical. The judge says, I disagree. Let's move forward. They bring out a new document, cover letter of email from GSA that was CC to you, Ivanka, dated September 21st, 2011. She reviews the letter and contents. She says, Mr. Terry had several questions about Trump's personal finances. Did you understand that? I couldn't hear her answer. Judge says, please speak into the mic. Okay. At time, you received this email. Do you recall thinking about the proposal? And she's like, this is over a decade later. There are a lot of emails about a lot of issues relating to construction or operational issues. I don't recall there being an issue about deficiencies in my father's financials. This is where the AG starts losing it, that she doesn't recall that. She's like, he's frustrated that she doesn't remember vividly these things about financials from 2011. He said, you have no recollection about the GSA raising issues about Trump's personal financials? And she said, you asked me this in 2022 during a deposition and told me about it then. Outside of that, I have no specific recollection of there being an issue with his financials. So he's like, oh, you said specific. What about general issues raised by the GSA about deficiencies in his personal financials? She said, aside from what you claimed in my deposition, no, I don't remember there being anything. Do you recall the meeting with the GSA discussing financials? This is where this got kind of funny here. Do you recall meeting with the GSA about discussing financials? She said, I recall discussions about redeveloping the Plaza Hotel and its historic nature. I recall nothing about financials. She went on and on. This is a condensed version that I put here in this 2-line answer here. She went on and on. She said, we had a meeting. We were talking about the artwork where they wanted to have more floral type of designs. And my father wanted to have more about New York building type of skyline type of perspectives on things. And there was a rich history to this building. You have to appreciate that the entire structure of the facility is incorporated in part with the overall ambiance of the hotel. Giving a lecture in how to decorate or design a hotel in a way that's going to be appealing. And she's going on and on about all this stuff from a conversation she had in 2011 and about the design of the hotel. So she's like, this is what I remember. I don't remember there being anything about financials. So she goes, so the AG goes, move to strike everything but the last sentence. When she started doing that, I was laughing. And he's like, to the AG, he's like, this shows that you're lying because you have such a great memory when it comes to talking about the architecture and all that other stuff with respect to the redesign of the building. How do you not remember conversations accusing your father of having crappy financials that we must have heard testimony about in the past? So Kai says she's saying what she remembers. And the AG's like, she's remembering everything about the Plaza Hotel from its historic nation to what fountains were there. I don't know if he actually said that, but it was like pretty much like that. What fountains were there, and her father said this, and her father said that, but Canadians remember nothing about his financials. He was so angry. He's losing it. So Ivanka had a great answer. She's like, the purpose of the meeting was to discuss the designs of the architecture and everything about that. And I was very involved in that part of it. It was not to discuss the financials. That's why we had the meeting. And it's something that she obviously took very seriously, and she was very involved in the whole design and that element of it. So that's why she remembers it. And he followed up and he asked her on this. I don't know if I put this in here. He followed up by asking, that was in that conversation, what about the second time you met with him? He's like, I don't remember having a second meeting. I think we only had this one meeting. He was not happy. Then he started asking about communications and email between Ivanka and Jared. The lawyer pops up, says, objection, spousal privilege. AG says, it's a business conversation. The judge turns to the AG and says, I'm not aware of a spousal privilege exception for business discussions, which I thought that was an interesting question. I was unsure of this myself. Is there such a thing? There's a concept that you cannot be forced to testify against your spouse. Does that apply to any conversation you have with your spouse? So the AG says, we received this from Trump.org. So the AG tried circling around that because the judge wasn't familiar about an exception. So he's like, this is not, we got this from Trump Organization. If Trump Organization has it, how can that be a private communication? And they had this whole back and forth there where there's an argument about what they can compel her to testify. What can they compel her to testify about? And she basically, and she's sitting there quietly. And ultimately, the judge was really not sure. And Kai says he's asking about conversations she had with her spouse. So AG says there are other people on the email chain. And at first he goes, yes, I see that, overruled. And Kai goes, just because it's in an email chain doesn't mean you can start asking her about her dialogue. You can't ask about a dialogue between her and Jared. That's spousal privilege. Just because of some email chain that documents it, now you can start asking what she was thinking about. So the AG said, let's go question by question. If he has a problem with something, then you ask me. And it was only 2 questions later that he basically, 2 questions later, he's like, why did you discuss the Trump Organization businessman with Mr. Kushner? His objection. This is precisely spousal privilege. The judge is confused. He's like, good time for a lunch break when I can research this, back at 2:15. And there you go. There you go. Where can I get the gun icon back, Joe? I looked in the perks and don't see any icons, only videos listed there. I'm going to try and take care of that for you. I'll try and take care of that. I'm going to try and take care of that. Anyhow, so that's where we had our break. I'm going to tell you this interesting legal question. Trump lost on, surprise, surprise. However, I will tell you this. I will share with you this. On this one, I actually think that he should lose based on New York law. The spousal privilege is designed to facilitate healthy relationships between husbands and wives. So that's conversations of a personal nature. It's New York, the first department has held, going back to the 1980s, that if a husband and wife are having a business conversation, that the protection of spousal immunity does not attach. It's actually like it's a black letter first department case in 1987. So even though the judge was unfamiliar with it, bottom line is, on this one, he had an easy time finding law that supported the notion that she could be forced to answer questions about it. I was not there when he made a ruling on this. Well, I was there, but I was busy arguing with a security guard, and I barely got anywhere with this when with following up on the afternoon part of things, because yeah, it was pretty much a mess. So there you go. That's that part of it. I should get to inner city press here. I want to get to the second half of the day. It's interesting that like what he covers here is so different from what I cover. I do remember this. Is there something about where we're headed here today? He goes, yes, 4:30. He laughed at his own joke. Let's see what he said about this. Wow. It's like two different trials. It's like two different trials. And I'm not, everything he's saying here is accurate. I'm saying is he's focusing on different parts than what I'm focusing on. It's really interesting. It's really interesting. He's focusing here on Trump Organization thinking partnering with Colony Capital. It's like a whole different trial he's watching here. And everything he's saying here is accurate. And everything I was saying was accurate. It's just that there's so much happening and it's so fast. And a lot of it is really like repetitive. A lot of it, today's testimony was very repetitive. I'm not going to kid you on that. Has Engelron overruled every objection from Trump's team during this trial? I saw one that he sustained. I've yet to see him sustain one or give them even a single. There was one I remember him sustaining. I'm trying to remember what it was, but I remember being surprised. It was one minimal, like really not doing anything. But yeah, it very rarely happens. Very rarely happens. Where are you at here? This is not it. Is this it? 13 hours ago. That's not it. Did you go back to the same thread? Did he go back to the same thread? Trying to find him here. Let's see. Here's still my Colony Capital. Yeah, this was another exchange that he caught between them, which I didn't manage to get down. Where all of a sudden the judge goes, "I want to thank the technical people. The way they put these exhibits up, it's really something special. The special effects where it looks like you can actually read things highlighted." And Ivanka is like, "Oh yes, I want to thank them also," and she says it so sincerely. And he looks at her, he goes, "I know this is not your first rodeo." It's like this was like the weirdest thing in the world. It was really weird watching it. It was really weird watching it. I'm trying to get to the second half of the day. Here's from Trial Book 1. All right, here we go. This is the second half of the day. All right, back. New York Attorney General, does this refresh your election about Ivanka, OPO, LLC? Ivanka, yes, that's my interest in it. I think it was a profit participation. I was disclosed in the GSA. Inner City Press, an irrevocable trust. I think it's pronounced irrevocable. Irrevocable trust. Maybe we should ask the witness. She says, I think it's irrevocable or irrevocable. I think you just changed your mind there. I'm telling you, it's weird. It's creepy. This whole thing was creepy. It was creepy. It's creepy. The way the judge was looking at her, it was creepy. AG says, we offer this document into evidence. Lawyer says, objection, relevant statute of limitations, overruled, submitted. We have nothing further at this time. Any cross-examination? Seems like a yes. Oh, so they wrapped up there, and the cross comes now. My name is Jesus Suarez. I represent certain of the defendants in this case. Ms. Trump, what role did you have in preparing financial statements for your father? None. You did not have any responsibility for them? Nope. She already said no role. There was no reason to ask that. All of a sudden now, question, if it's not the Attorney General, why are you peppering her with questions? She already said no role. The AG peppered her and peppered her and peppered her and peppered her. All of a sudden now he's very defensive of Ivanka. Now it's not the AG asking. My God. If this judge was not from New York. Second Trump lawyer. They went on for hours and we're ready getting the hurry up. It's unfair. Oh, look at that. See, it's crazy. It's crazy. They did go on for hours. Yeah, great point. Suarez, how is the Deutsche Bank private wealth division different from the commercial lending? I worked much more with private wealth than Rosemary Vrablik. Suarez says, it was her job to help the bank make money with your family, presumably. I'll show you a document. Who was at this meeting? Rosemary, my father, and I think Weisselberg. Was there competition within Deutsche Bank for your family's business? It seems so. The relationship moved to the private wealth group. That's the group I work with. Why was Deutsche Bank selected as the lender? We had a relationship. How was the Doral property identified as one in which your family had an interest? My father loved that property. He went there on a golf trip with his father and my mother. He thought the asset was not living up to its history. What was your vision for redeveloping the project? It was enormous. I focused on design. See, I told you, she's all about the design of a place. I was less involved in the golf component. My father has a particular vision for that. It was a big project. Now that I live in Florida, I visit it periodically. 5-minute warning. Defense Exhibit 324, an email from Rosemary Vrablik to you. They were impressed what we had done with the properties. Let's take a break. They're back. Mr. Suarez, please continue. Suarez, Chicago project, Deutsche Bank made the loans, right? Yes. Old post office, how did you become aware? GSA put out an RFP. What role did you play? I wore a lot of hats, design, construction. It was complicated. 20-some agencies involved. Is that the end of it? Is that the end of it? What was your vision? I had a food court in the basement. We thought super luxury hotel. Was Deutsche Bank excited? Yes. Did Deutsche Bank view its participation as part of its relationship with your family? Objection to the word participation. They were just a lender. They weren't friends. The point is that we need to protect Deutsche Bank. They're not friends from the Trumps, the mastermind Trumps. It's okay. They visited? Yes. Defense Exhibit 431. The meetings with GSA were December 19, 2011. Yes. You were not the only one responsible to answer about financial statements? I was not. This document shows GSA saying that Mr. Trump's financial statements did not comply with GAAP. Objection. We've never seen this document. Why would they have a problem with it? I think they were like, why didn't we have this? Something about him not complying with GAAP. We got to get on this. Second Trump lawyer. They did the same. This is a public record. It's foundational. Sustained. Oh, this is sustained. I guess the judge learned the word sustained when there are objections coming from the AG. It's crazy. It's crazy. Jenny Jones super sticker. Why are all kids in Passaic named Evie? Really? 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 Soul trials, ridiculous waste of time and money. Beyond unnecessary. None of this would have been needed if the election had been stolen from Hillary in 20... What? You jerk. Good to see you too, brother. Good to see you too. Good to see you too. That's a friend of mine. It's a friend of mine who loves Good to see you, brother. So I guess the judge learned the word sustained as soon as there was cross-examination. As soon as there's an objection from the New York AG. They asked about colony capital. She wasn't refreshed. It still went on. 2 standards. This is incorrect. We got this through a FOIA request. I don't have a double standard. Say it if it makes you happy. Wow, they're going after the judge. They're going after the judge. They're going after him. I call it like I see it. I wish it were different. Their objections have been a greater validity than yours. Sustained. I don't know what the point of this is. Yeah, you're the only one who doesn't. I have no reason to believe that GSA would not be accurate. Suarez, can I have a read back of what I said? No, of what she said. Done. The property was redeveloped, right? Yes. Suarez says, what was the government's reaction? Congressmember Eleanor Holmes Norton was very pleased. Nadler asked me to come to Brooklyn and speak. That's Democrat Jerry Nadler asked me to come down and speak. This is back in 2011 when everyone loved, all Democrats loved Trump back then. They all loved the Trumps back in 2011. They all loved him. Suarez raising his voice. I'm here to show the work this family did. And I have to listen to the government lawyers laughing while they try to destroy jobs in this state. AG lawyer, move to strike. I'll strike it. Of course you will. For old post office, we hired in the district. I'll consider that as supplement to your previous answer. Suarez, was Deutsche Bank pleased? We thought that it not responsive. What did Deutsche Bank think? They were pleased with our work. Here's an email from Rosemary Villebook to you saying her boss wanted to thank your family. You're top 10 with us. Do you see that? Yes. This is the bank that needs protection from Donald Trump, considering Donald Trump top 10, but he defrauded them. Suarez, did the lawyer of Pound House 20 in the Park Avenue building including an option to buy? Yes, but we ended up moving to Washington to work in my father's presidential administration. What else did you do in the Trump organization? Many projects. Trump Hotel collection, also my own brand. How do you feel about your work? Proud. We over-delivered on every metric. Suarez, Defense Exhibit 299, admit it. And there's the end of the cross. No redirect. Witness excused. Does plaintiff rest? We have some documents, 2 voice messages transcribed. We're waiting for Weissenberg docs. They're resting their case. They move to reopen. If they want, we can move for a directed verdict. You said you have 4 hours of cross. You didn't. So who's your next witness? No witness till Monday. We're adjourned. So there you go. That's why I'm going to be there Monday. We'll see if I can get in there to do my thing. If not, I'm going to be looking for hell to raise. Raise hell! Raise hell! As well I should. As well I should. Bastards. A bunch of Fabissina anti-Semites. All right. With that, I think it's time. I've been here for a while. I don't know where the heck Nikki is, so I can't redirect you. But tomorrow's Thursday, which means you need to sign up to goodlogic.locals.com like really soon. Really soon. Really soon. Did I change this over? I'm asleep. I don't know. All right. I'm landing my plane. This was 4 hours of phenomenal entertainment. Goodlogic.locals.com. We're bringing the plane in for a pretty quick landing, so buckle up your seatbelts. It may be a bumpy ride. All of a sudden, you're just going to be bounced out. I have no idea where you're going to end up. I'd like to tell you, like, oh, you're going to end up like on the cooking channel. You're going to end up like, watching some old Spice Girls videos. I don't know where you're going to end up. It's wherever YouTube or Rumble deems is the most fitting place for you. I'm having zero input on this other than tell you you should sign up at goodlogic.locals.com. That's goodlogic.locals.com. I'm Joe Neerman. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So I'm going to remind you all, I don't see anything here. We're good over there. I'm good over here. Checking all my dots, dotting my I's, checking my T's. Everything looks good here, good there. You all, and I think I'm good. All right. Oh, wait. Sorry, not. Big Poop says, dropping a try to verify that I also couldn't DM you on Twitter because I didn't pay for a check. Really? Get verified to message this user. I will see if I can change my settings on that. Big Poop send me that. I'm going to see if I can change my settings on that. I'll see what I have to do in order to do that. Because I don't want people to be limited based on being a check mark. That anyone should be able to reach out to me. Whether I see it, that's a different thing. But you should be able to try at least. Every man and woman child should be free to try to reach out to me. And that way I can peek in on it. I am landing the plane in. The plane is coming in. The wheels are out. The seatbelts are buckled. Your trays are in the upright lock position. I'm telling you all to make sure that you stay happy, eat the bugs, and as always, my friends, I say to you, see you tomorrow. And thanks, Jenny. Thank you. And Godspeed.